At this time, we're ready to begin our shows this morning. We ask that that first breed and that first class within those breeds come in the ring. Baby Doll Southdowns, your first class is yearling rams. For the Lincolns, for the National Lincoln Junior Show, it's white senior ram lambs. And for the Texels, it's fall ram lamb. Judging our shows today, in our far north ring, currently on the Texels, is Randall Von Krozik of Sioux Falls, South Dakota. He's the key account manager of SmartLook. They also own and operate Von Krozik Family Targees, which was established in 1976. They produce seed stock, specializing in registered and commercial breeding stock. His wife Cheyenne and son Kalen are here. Judging in our center ring is Brady Campbell of Ashland, Ohio. He's the assistant professor in the Department of Animal Sciences at Ohio State University, where he serves as the state small ruminant extension specialist. He's a fourth-generation sheep producer. They raise Texels, Finns, and Lincoln sheep with his wife and family. He's a member of the Ohio Sheep and Wool Program, the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association, the Texel Sheep Breeders Society, and the American Wool Assurance Program.
Well, good morning, folks. Certainly a pleasure and a blessing to be back here on the Green Shavings with you here this morning and starting off with a breed here that I feel that I hold pretty near and dear to my heart. Really excited to get into these Lincolns here and start off with a good yearling Ram drive here. We'll start off with the Ram there in first, one that's just certainly got the most power and strength to him. He's got a good top end in him. He's super wide, he's thick, and he's broad throughout that carcass. You take a look at that fleece, it's super, super clean. I'd like to see a little bit more length on that fleece. He does encroach a little bit too fine on that fleece himself, but I think from a structural standpoint, he's a really hard ram to get around for our class today. Nothing to take away from that ram there in second. One that's a bit more traditional in terms of his style and his kind. I like how ruggedly built he is. He's very fluid on the move. When you take a look at that fleece, he's got more of that traditional fleece to him. I love the length of it. I like the lock structure to it. I think the consistency is there compared to that fleece up top. He just simply gets outpowered for me today. He's got a couple of structural things that we'd like to change about him, but a nice set of rams here. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of White Lincoln Senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 2. Alpha Omega 2440 Jagger, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Second place to entry 1. Promised Farm F0924, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the Texel show for the Fall Ram Lambs, first place to entry 2, Cook 2440, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 1, Pine Knob Farm 2514, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of yearling rams, first to entry 2, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina, with Donkers 618, Oregon. Second place to entry 1, Craig Sheep Farm 1363, Bigfoot, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Judging our Baby Doll Southdown show and judging in Ring A today is Alex Wolf of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. Alex owns and operates Wolf Brothers Livestock, where they raise natural colored and club lambs. He is a fifth-generation shepherd. He and his wife, Melissa, have 3 children that are heavily involved in their operation. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of winter ram lambs, first place goes to Nichols, 2073, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. We're now ready on the Baby Doll Southdowns for spring ram lambs. Over on the Texel ring, we're ready for spring ram lambs as well. Following the class of Texels that's currently in the ring, the Spring Ram Lambs, we will be showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. For the Baby Doll Southdowns, the next breed or class that should be on deck is, we will be showing for Grand Champion there as well. For the Lincoln show, we're on early Ram Lambs. Those are white early Ram Lambs. Your next class is white late Ram Lambs. Placing on the Texel class of winter Ram Lambs, first to entry 3. Pine Knob Farm, 2541, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Second place, entry 4. Beach Hill Farm, 2505, Oliver Winery, Warsaw, Ohio.
Another nice set of Lincoln Rams over here in the center ring. The Ram that we'll use here in this big class is one that's just the most complete for me today. I think he's got a lot of power. He's got the most power out of these Rams here. Just big top. He's thick-loined. He's really impressive from a carcass standpoint. Really like the length and the length of body on him. I like the amount of bone work that he's got underneath of him as well. When you take a look at the fleece, I think he's the one that's just as well put together as any of them in the class for us today. One that's just super clean, has a lot of luster to it, and I think it's just a tick more consistent as we work from front to rear. Nothing to take away from that Ram there in second. He's just a little bit younger, a little bit smaller in terms of his growth pattern. I like the way that he's assembled. I think he's a bit more traditional in terms of his design, and I'm quite all right with that. I like the ruggedness of him. But what really sorts 1 and 2 for me today is going to be that fleece. He just doesn't have that luster that Ram ahead of him has for me today. Just isn't near as consistent. Could be the time of year. I think on another day he could certainly get around that Ram ahead of him there for us. Ram that we got here in third, probably the one that's got the most growth and power for us today. Unfortunately for me, he just doesn't move near as well as those Rams ahead of him today. I think he's got a lot of length of body. He's got some power. He's got some mass to him. But again, he gets a little frail in terms of that hind end assembly for us. You take a look at his fleece. I think he's got some good length to it. Just a couple things that we'd like to change about him to get him up any further. As we come into our 4th place Ram, one that we do like from the profile, I think he's super sound. He's super square. He's simply the youngest and greenest Ram in the class for us today. If we could get some more mass and power to him and we could just clean up his fleece ever so slightly, I think he'd be able to do a little bit better for us today. We round off the class here with a big, rugged, traditional type of Ram for us. I do like the carcass underneath of him. I think he's got a lot of spring of rib to him. He's got a lot of body and power and capacity to him as well. For me, he just isn't assembled near as nice as the Rams ahead of him today. He tends to hawk in on the back a little bit. He wants to drop down in that front pasture, and if we could get him straightened up from the ground up, he'd be a nice Ram as well. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on the White Lincoln Early Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 4, JRE 25-2377, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry 3, A. Anderson 2505, Axel, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Third place to entry 6, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 5, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. And 5 to entry 7, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. In our Texel show, placing on the Spring Ram Lamb class, first went to entry 5, Cooks 2538, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 6, Hilty Texels 89, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Our champion ram for the Texel show went to our first place fall ram lamb, Alexis Cook of Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook 2440. The reserve champion also to Alexis Cook of Oldenburg with Cook 2538 out of the Spring Ram Lamb class. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of Spring Ram Lambs, first to entry number 6, Lazy 57918, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. Second to entry 12, Playboy, Donkers 6695, had Kinley and Hadley and Knox Paulus of West Milton, Ohio. Third place to entry 9, Brooklyn Torin, Venata, Oklahoma. 4 to 47, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5 to entry 7, Alfred McDaniel. Thorndale, Texas.
Another good set of powerful Lincoln Rams here to help us wrap up the show here before we get to our champion drive. The Ram we'll start the class off with undoubtedly is the most powerful Ram for us here today. He's got a ton of top into him. He's got a lot of spring of rib. I love the depth of body on him. He is the longest loined individual in the class, and he's got the heaviest leg for us here today. I think one that's just super sound. He's really square in terms of his base and his makeup. When you take a look at his fleece, I think he's just as good as the rest of them in the class. He's got one that's very open. I appreciate the lock structure on him. From about the front two-thirds of him, once we start getting back into that bridge, we get a little bit coarser, but I'm quite all right with that, putting him there in the top end. We come into second here, one that's just really young and green, but he's made correctly. I like the design of him. I like the levelness and squareness atop on him. I really appreciate how fluid moving this Ram is here for us today. He just simply gets outpowered by that Ram up front. You take a look at his fleece. Fleece is a little short for me to get a good handle of what's going on underneath that fleece, but one that's really nice and really consistent front to rear, top to bottom. We come into the Ram here in our third place position. He's going to be kind of our problem Ram for us today. He's one that's got a lot of growth left into him. He's just at a young stage in his game. He's got a lot of height underneath of him. We'd like to balance it out with a little bit more power, a little bit more depth of rib, a little bit more depth of flank in him as well. But do like the length of carcass on him. I think he's got a lot of growing and a lot of good left into him. When you look at his fleece, for me, really consistent. I like the lock structure. I like the lock design of it. I just wish it was a little bit coarser for me, like that Ram lamb we have in our second place position. We get to our Ram here in fourth, one that's just really powerful from a carcass standpoint. I love the length of body on him. I like the length of loin on him as well. He's got a fair bit of depth to him. He's got a nice hind leg to him. Unfortunately for me today, his fleece is just past 5 o'clock for us today. It gets a little bit of cross fibering, cross webbing going on into that fleece. We'd like to get him cleaned up from that standpoint, but he certainly is our heaviest fleece lamb in the class for us today. We get to our Ram here in fifth, another big, powerful type of Ram, one that we do appreciate for his levelness of top. I like the width of skeleton on him as well. For me today, his fleece simply just gets too fine for us. As he walks throughout that ring, you can really see that thing ripple back and forth. I do appreciate how clean it is. For a Lincoln, for me, to get him slid up higher into our scale today, I need to have that fleece a little bit more coarser, a little bit more true to the design of the breed. A nice set of Rams. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on the White Lincoln Late Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 8, fought 2556, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Second place to entry 10, JRE 25-2384, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Third place to Shelleen, Arlington, Iowa. 4 to entry 12, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont, and 5 to entry 11, Emmylou Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing on the Texel Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 12, Cooks 2404, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second place to entry 11, Cooks 2416, also Alexis Cook. Third place to entry 9, Alice Winery, Warsaw, Ohio. And 4 to entry 10, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Now ready for fall ewe lambs for the Texels.
Let's give a nice round of applause to our Lincoln breeders. I think they've got a nice set of rams out here. I appreciate you guys bringing some quality. We've got a lot of good rams here, and I think we can appreciate the style and kind that we're looking for us today. As you think about the Lincoln breed, trying to stick more to that traditional style and kind, but also have some flash and style from a phenotypic standpoint for us to profile here in the ring for us today. I like those dark points. I want those rams to look like rams in the face. I want that masculinity. They are a little bit more rugged and coarser in their design, and that's quite all right. I like the coarseness of fleece. I like the density and the heaviness of fleece. I'm looking for those fleeces that really match up to what that original breed standard was. When we look at them from the ground up, I think all these rams are good in terms of their feet and their leg and their design. In my mind, there's a couple of rams out here that really represent the white breed of the Lincolns here really, really well. I'll get off here and I'll shake the hands of the Grand and Reserve champion.
Placing on the class of our championship drive for the Baby Doll Southdowns, our champion ram went to the first place spring ram lamb, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Olla, North Carolina, with Lazy 57918. The reserve champion came out of the winter ram lamb class, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Nichols 2073. For our white Lincoln, our champion ram went to the first place early ram lamb, entry number 4, Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 252377. The reserve champion was second in that class, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with 2505 Axel. Placing on the class of Texel Fall Ram Lamb or Fall Ewe Lambs, first place to entry 13, Hilty Texels 80, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Second place to entry 14, Bockelman 0429, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Placing on that Baby Doll Southdown Yearling U class, first place to entry number 26, Big Woods Donker 619, Oregano, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ola, North Carolina. Second place to entry number 24, Bombay Baby Dolls 2416, Brooklyn Torrin, Venata, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 18, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. 4 to entry 19, Reese Woodford, Baldwin, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 22, Caitlin Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Fall U Lamb class, first to entry 27, Bombay Baby Dolls 2472, Barbie, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second to entry 16, Bombay Baby Dolls MN 83994, Adeline Poff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Placing on the Texel Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 15, Pine Knob Farm 2542, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Second place to entry 18, Bockelman 439, Alex Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Third to entry 16, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. 4 to 17, Avery Lindsay, Coshocton, Ohio. And 5 to 21, Alexis Cook, Lower Salem, Ohio.
A nice deep set of Lincoln females for us to start off here with our yearling drive. I think we've got a really, really powerful set here in the top 3 positions. Again, one person's opinion on one day. I think you could swap these top 3 any way that you'd like. Any of these ewes would do a lot of good for these young producers in their operations. The ewe that we're going to use here in our first place position is probably our more moderate, less extreme type of female, but the one that I think is just the most balanced, the most correct in terms of her form and her structure. She's got a ton of value underneath that hide. She's got a lot of carcass to her. She's got a fair bit of springer rib. She's got the longest loin. She's got the thickest and deepest loin for us here in the class today. Really appreciate the way that these guys have got this female fitted. She's fitted to the nines, really. The reason that elevates her to the top end of the class is her fleece. That's the one that I'm looking for. She's got that 2-finger lock on her. It's consistent from front to rear, top to bottom. Really, really clean. Just a nicely presented female. Congratulations to you, too. Nothing to take away from our ewe here in our second place position. She's our big and our powerful type of female, one that's just super fit and athletic in her type and her kind. I appreciate how trim this female is in this point of the game. She's got the finish and the condition right where we want her to be. One that, again, is long in her hind saddle. She's got plenty of power in that hind end. For me today, it comes down from 1 to 2. It comes down to the fleece. Like a little bit more fleece on her. She's just a little bit shorter fleece. She's a little bit more fine in terms of the coarseness of the design of that fleece, but a really nice colored female there in terms of her breed character to get her there. And second, the female that we have here in third, boy, I tell you what, she's pretty from the profile. She plays the part. She's really traditional in terms of the way that these guys have got her presented. She's got the widest and thickest top across the top of anything in the class for us here today. She is the female that's carrying the most condition for us in the class. With that, she tends to get a little down-fronted on me. She gets a little heavier chested. I'd like to clean up that front end, trim her up, get her a bit more balanced across the top. When you take a look at the fleece, boy, has a lot of luster, just isn't nearly as consistent from front to rear when we compare you to the top end of the class. The ewe that we've got here in fourth, another pretty female in terms of a traditional type and kind. I love how clean that face is on that female. I like the length of body, length of skeleton on her. She wants to get a little narrower base for me today. She wants to have a little bit luster, a little bit more or less lanolin in that fleece. If we could brighten that fleece up, get it a little bit more denser, a little heavier if you would, we could slide her up the scale for us today. Female that wraps up the class for us here is just our greener female, one that's a little bit more tubular in design is what I'll call her, and she just isn't nearly as balanced. I'd like to drop that flank a little bit, get her balance from the profile, but she's got plenty of carcass underneath of her. We'd like a little bit more fleece to her as well to evaluate, but a nice sound set of females here for our Lincoln Drive. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown Winter Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to entry 30, Hild Brothers Rosa Stark, 25313, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 31, Big Woods Portia Donkers, 665, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Third to entry 32, Francis Alley Brennan, Kirkland, Indiana. Four to entry 28, Caitlin Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin. And 5 to 29, Anna Capps, Hara, Oklahoma. Placing on the Texel Spring Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 23, Cooks, 2535, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 22, Pine Knob Farm, 2560, Colin Beebe, Summers, Connecticut. Third to entry number 25, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And 4 to entry 26, Alexis White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Placing on the White Lincoln Yearling U class, first place to entry 22, JRE 24-2300 AI, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry number 19, Buckshot 2408, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third place to entry number 14, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. 4 to entry 23, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to entry 21, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. For the Texel show, our champion ewe goes to entry number 12 out of the yearling ewe class, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana, with Cook's 2404. The reserve champion was the class winner from the winter ewe lamb class, entry number 15, Jocelyn Beebe, Summers, Connecticut, with Pine Knob, 2542. For the Texels, your next class is Young Flock. Young Flock will be your next class. Hampshire exhibitors, please be getting ready. We're on our final class of Texels. Hampshire fitted senior ram lambs will be the first class for the National Hampshire Junior Show. Placing on the white Lincoln pair of yearling U class, first to entry 25, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Second place to entry 26, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And third place to entry 24, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont.
Nice set of fall ewe lambs here on our white Lincoln ewe drive. A couple of them that meet the breed standard really well, in my opinion and in my mind. We'll start off with the ewe that's just a little bit greener and a little bit more immature compared to the ewe there in our second place position. The ewe here in our first place position, longer spine, longer bodied. Really like the way that she's assembled. I think she's a little bit more smooth in terms of her gait and her motion as she rolls throughout the ring. You pop open that fleece, really bright and lustrous. I like the lock structure. I like the crimp structure of her as well. Just a nice one to get us there rolled up into the first place position. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in second. One that's just really big and powerful in terms of her capacity and her springer rib. I like the density of muscle in this female as well. For me, she just gets a little shorter sided for me. She gets a little bit more choppy in terms of her gait. If we could smooth her up and lengthen her out just ever so slightly, we could certainly get around that first place ewe. But a nice set of ewes that represents the breed. Congratulations.
Placing on the white Lincoln senior ewe lamb class, first place to entry 28, Echo 2505, Kezi, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Second place to entry 27, Promised Farm F0124, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Placing on the Texel Young Flock class, first place went to entry 29, Alexis Cook, Oldenburg, Indiana. Second to entry 30, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. And third to entry 31, John DeRunk, West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. That does conclude our Texel Junior Show. Now ready to move right on in to our Hampshire show. We need Hampshire fitted senior ram lambs. That's the National Hampshire Junior Show. Fitted senior ram lambs will be that first class. Placing on the Baby Doll Southdown class of spring ewe lambs, first to entry 45, Nichols, Snow White, 2075, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 40, 3M Baby Dolls, OH 3707, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. Third to 39, Ethan Basil, Baldwin, Wisconsin. 4 to 38, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. And 5 to 41, Jacoby Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. For our Baby Doll Southdown show, our champion ewe went to the first place fall ewe lamb, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois, with Bombay Baby Dolls, 2472 Barbie. Reserve champion came from the winter ewe lamb class, shown by Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, Hild Brothers, 25313. Rosa Stark. For the National Junior Hampshire Show, first place in the fitted senior ram lamb class went to entry 1, Walnut Grove 0190, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. Second to entry 2, Charland Farms F2451, Brody Payne of Kirkland, Indiana.
Tell you what, folks, this is where it starts to get a lot of fun. The classes continue to get deeper in terms of quality, and it's no different here with our ewe lambs in this Lincoln Drive. The ewe that we'll use here in the top end, boy, she's got a lot of mass. She's got a lot of power. I encourage you, if you get a chance, to take a handle on her. Ton of top end in her. She's got the deepest, she's got the thickest loin. She balances really, really well. She travels and motors extremely smoothly throughout the ring. One that's just put together from a skeletal standpoint really, really nice. You take a look at that fleece. She is our highest yielding fleece in the class. She's the densest fleece. If I could change her just ever so slightly, I'd like to make it a little bit more coarse, but that's being really critical of a nice sheep to put us there in that top end of the class. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in second. One that balances just as well as that ewe up front. If I could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to make her a tick longer to get around that ewe in that front end, but she patterns really similarly. She's super smooth in terms of her gait. She's got a thick top end up into her. She's got some of that consistency in that fleece that I want. I just want some more power, and I want some more length to that body to get around that first place ewe. Our ewe here in third, one that we really like in terms of her maternal attributes. I think she's got a ton of ribs. She's got a ton of capacity into her. Unfortunately for her, as we move beyond that 13th rib, she gets a little short saddled and short loin for me. We'd like to lengthen her out from that standpoint a little bit, ever so slightly. I'd like to improve the consistency of fleece. Really like the way that fleece looks in the britch. I think they've got that thing tuned in right where it wants to be. That's the coarseness where we want it to be. As you move from that britch forward, we just get a little bit too fine for me today. As we get to our ewe here in fourth, one that's very traditional in her type and kind. I love how clean that fleece is. I like the coloration of her as well. She's got some length of body to her. She's probably one of the younger ewes in the class here today. She simply just gets out-powered, out-ponied for us. We'd like to have a bit more mass in that top end. I'd like to see a little bit more leg to her, but she balances really, really well from the profile. The ewe that we have that helps us wrap up the class here in fifth, one that's super pretty and attractive from the profile. I think she's just as pretty as any of them here in the class for us today. For me today, she gets a little bit shorter-sided. She certainly has a lot of mass in the top end throughout her skeleton. As we work that fleece, super, super clean. Has a lot of luster, just not enough of that there for me today. I'd like to increase the density of fiber and follicle size in that fleece as we work from front to rear, but a nice set of females here for us today.
We want to thank Abby Wazorek from the South Dakota. She's the South Dakota Hampshire Queen. She's assisting us in the ring today with these awards for the National Hampshire Junior Show. Placing on the White Lincoln Early Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 35, JRE 252363, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second place to entry 46, C&B 2404, Mitchell Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third place to 31, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 29, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And 5 to entry 30, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire class of fitted January Ram Lambs, first place to entry 6, K. Person, 2512, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second place to entry 4, Cahoon, 0769, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. And third place to entry 5, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Placing on the young flock for the Baby Doll South Downs, first place goes to entry 55, Harper Nichols, Jerseyville, Illinois. Second place to entry 54, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. Third to 53, Brooklyn Torrin of Veneta, Oklahoma. 4 to entry 52, Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 5 to 56, Alfred McDaniel, Thorndale, Texas. Placing on the Best Fleece Ram, first to entry number 60, Lieutenant Dan, Jovi Meisner, Ransom, Illinois. Place for the Best Fleece Ewe, entry 64, Hadley, Kinley, and Knox Paulus, West Milton, Ohio. Placing on the fitted February Ram Lamb class for the Hampshires, first place to entry 8. Meyer, 2554, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 9. Nob Hill, 2520, Kirby Joe Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. Third place to entry 11, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Placing on the Hampshire fitted March Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 7, 7 mile 25043, Big Jake, Conley Hoagland of Glendive, Montana. We're now showing for fitted champion and reserve champion Ram for the National Junior Hampshire Show. Your next class will be the fitted yearling U class.
Apologies for taking a little bit longer on this Lincoln U drive, but there's a ton of variability in here, and I think you can see it as we look at our top end here. We've got to find those that allows us to be the most consistent as we're working through these sheep, and we've got to find a type and kind and go with it. And for me today, that U up in that top end is the one that fits the bill for me. She's super long-sided. She's long spine. She's got plenty of power and muscle underneath that carcass. I do appreciate her from that standpoint. When you look at her from the ground up, she's super sound. She's super wide-based. So just a really, really nice foundational female that's got a bright future ahead of her. The reason she slips into that first place position pretty easily in my mind is that fleece. I love the density of it. I love the luster. I love the structure of that fleece compared to our ewe there in second. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in second. One that's just really, really good from a carcass standpoint, as good as you're going to find it in a Lincoln. One that's just really square and balanced and level across the top. She's got the right conformation in terms of carcass characteristics. She's got a fair bit of leg on the hind end as her as well. A lot of cushion to that hind leg. For me, she just isn't as square and wide base as what that female is out front of us here today. I do like that fleece, though. When we take a look at that fleece, one that's very bright and clean, just want a little bit more to it. Want to have a little bit more length to it if we could. Our ewe here in third's kind of my problem ewe. Very, very pretty, very attractive from the profile. One that could have easily slid up top end of the class for us today. Unfortunately for me, she's the one that's carrying the most condition at this point in the game. She's just a little heavier front-ended, and it transitions all the way throughout that carcass. But when you're talking about a spinning fleece, these guys have done an excellent, excellent job of keeping that thing super clean, super bright, one that's got a lot of staple length to it. I think one that has a lot of value in a commercial world that wool doesn't have a lot of value, but in the spinner market, I think that one's the one that'll win the game for us today. We just like to balance her up, trim her up to get her to push up a little higher. As we come into our fourth place ewe, one that's just a little bit smaller in terms of her type and kind. She's a bit more moderate compared to the powerhouses up front of her. We do like the luster that's in this fleece. I like the lock structure, the way that it's laid into that fleece. You just simply get outpowered. I'd like to have a little bit more top end into her, a little bit more spring rib to her, but she's doing really, really good. We come into our ewe here in our fifth place position. She mimics that one up front. She's very long spine, very long bodied. For me today, she just isn't nearly as balanced. I'd like to drop that flank a little bit more, give her a little bit more power throughout that hind end, throughout that saddle and that hind leg to get her to slide up a little bit higher. But one that's got a good fleece on her as well. I like the structure. I like the character to it. We wanted to talk about this ewe here in sixth. I think we had a moment where we wanted to slide her up just a little bit slightly further. Do like her from a carcass standpoint. She does get outpowered compared to the rest of them. The reason I wanted to talk her is she's got a really, really nice fleece. You take a look at that thing. She's got that two-finger lock on her. For me, she's approaching to get past 5 o'clock. We're seeing a little bit of cross fibering in her. If we could have had that fleece opened up a little bit brighter, she certainly would have slid up the scale. But a really, really nice set of females here. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause.
For our junior national Hampshire show, our champion fitted ram came out of the January Ram Lamb class. Entry number 6, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky, with K Person 2512. The reserve champion from the February Ram Lamb class, entry 20, Kenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2554. Placing on the white Lincoln late ewe lamb class, first to entry 39, fought 2534, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland. Second place to 42, Alpha Omega 2506, Apple, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Third to 43, Caitlin Coleman, Lakeville, Ohio. 4 to 40, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. And 5 to 38, Andrew Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted fall ram lamb class for your National Pole Dorset Junior Show. First to entry 9, Pine Knob Farm 2506, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second place to entry 8, Reynolds Stock Farm 2504, Baker, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 6, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. 4 to entry 7, Taylor Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 5 to entry 5, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan. Placing on the Lincoln class of pair ewe lambs. First place goes to entry number 49, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. Second to 47, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin. Third to 48, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. And 4 to entry 50, Jillian DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. There will be a Lincoln Junior Show exhibitor social and awards program today at 3 o'clock in room South Wing B 107. Again, that's a Lincoln Junior Show exhibitor social and awards program at 3 today in room South Wing B 107.
Well, the Lincoln Breeders really did a nice job to kick off the wool ring here and kind of wrapping up our white show. And boy, I tell you what, if we thought the Rams were good, the ewes were even better. I think there's a lot of depth in terms of quality. We've got some good ewes that have been sorted to the top. Those that are just very functional and sound. I think the ones we were able to slip up towards the top are trim enough where they need to be this time of year. I think their fleeces are in excellent, excellent condition. In my mind, there's probably 3 or 4 of them out here that are certainly deserving of this banner here, but unfortunately we've only got 2. So let me take one more look at these gals, and we'll get off of here and shake the hand of your Grand Reserve.
Southdown Market Lamb weigh-in has just got about 20 more minutes. That's weigh-in and classification. That'll be from 8:30 to 10 this morning at the 4C Southdown Pens. Also, the Stars of Louisville Southdown sale check-in is at that same time, same location, so you've got about 20 minutes left. Placing on the National Pole Dorset Junior Show fitted winter Ram Lamb class. First place goes to entry number 11, Crouch, 2513, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry 10, Spildy, 9687AI, Brady, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Hampshire fitted yearling U class for the National Junior Hampshire Show. First entry 20, Meyer, 2450, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second to entry 18, Mum, 2409, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to entry 16, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. 4 to entry 15, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. And 5 to 17, Conley Hoagland. For our Lincoln Show, the National Junior Lincoln Show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe out of the white division. That's entry 22, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 24-2300. Reserve champion was second in that yearling class, entry 19, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, with Buckshot 2408. Now ready for white, best white fleece. Best white fleece will be your next class. And then white young flock. Placing on the Hampshire Fitted Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry number 25, Bobendreyer 24-111, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. Second place to entry 27, Bobendreyer Boys 24-111, Caitlin Willard, Northampton, Massachusetts. Third to 24, Henry Nielsen, Alexandria, South Dakota. 4 to 26, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. And 5 to entry 22, Aaron Holleran, Waterloo, Illinois. For our Paul Dorset Fitted Ram Champion, it went to entry 9 out of the Fitted Fall Ram Lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pine Knob Farm 2506. The Reserve Champion Fitted Ram goes to entry 11 from the Fitted Winter Ram Lamb class, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Crouch 2513. For our National Junior Lincoln Show in the white division, best fleeced animal went to Eleanor Stevens, Osgood, Indiana, with JRE 25-2377. Our senior champion, U, for the Fitted Hampshire Show, went to the first place Fitted Yearling at U, entry 20, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer 2450. Reserve champion in the senior division to entry 18, second place Yearling U, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum 2409. Placing on the white Lincoln Young Flock class, first place to entry 57, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Second place to entry 56, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana.
Over here on our natural colored, starting in with our Lincoln breed, we'll leave them the way that they lined up as they came in here. The ram that we'll use to win the class is a ram that has a lot more power to him. I think he's got some more natural mass to him. He's certainly got a lot of length to loin to him. And him as well. When we take a look at the fleece, that's the thing that really sets him apart against two. One that's just very open in its type and its kind. I love the luster that's in it. I think you've got a really, really nice length of fleece on him as well. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to lengthen him out just ever so slightly, but that's being pretty critical of a nice ram to start us off with. Nothing to take away from the ram here in our second place position. One that is the longer body, he is the longer spine. I think he's got a little bit more mass to that hind end than our class winner. For me today, his fleece is just past prime at this point in time for him. I'd like it to be a little bit more open. We're starting to get some cross fibering in there. I'd like a little bit more luster to that fleece, but a nice set of rams here to start off our natural colored show.
Placing on the natural colored senior ram lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First place goes to entry number 60, Promised Farm F1224, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Second place to Lean 2447, Moonlight, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. Placing on the Poll Dorset fitted early yearling U class for the National Poll Dorset Junior Show. First place to entry 18, Nichols Sheep Farm 2364, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Second place to entry 15, Stunkel 3851, Thomas Bandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Third to entry 19, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to 16, Colby Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. And 5 to 17, Justine Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin.
exceptionally good in her top line. She's tall-fronted and exceptionally good in terms of the length ahead of her shoulder. I like her body shape and just the genuine shape that she has out of her spine and the top side of her rib cage back into her pin set a little bit better than the one that comes out in two. Certainly one that you like a great deal on the stop. She needs to handle that halter a little bit more comfortably as we get out and go, but I do read her angles correctly. I like a lot about the one that comes out in second. Again, start at the ground. She's big-footed and heavy structured. She's got the big feature down low, and then still very, very good in terms of how she sends her neck out of the top side of her shoulder, level in her top line. I love that one in terms of just her basic build from the side. As you get your hands on the two sheep, she's a little plainer at the top side of her ribs. She's a little bit more general in terms of her top side shape, and same disadvantage as stepping behind the two sheep. But boy, I think there's a lot to like in that one from the side. The one that comes out in three, big, extended, like her a great deal in terms of just her length of body and height of shoulder. You get the man set on the top side of her shoulder and then more directly in that. Just a little bit more hip to her bottom line and just more quality to her bottom line. The one that comes out in four, I like her really on the standstill. We set the sheep at up and she gets more height of her shoulder. Once the drop is coming in, begins to take her neck and set that a little bit higher. A little less to hold, stout one that has some power to her mouth. Same story, the one that comes out in five. I like that one's width, the body shape, the flexion to her line. Get out to the side of the sheep, and that's where her neck comes out a little bit more horizontal. She's got legs down just a little bit more pronouncement in the chest and the right leg up front. Usually to be a little bit newer and trimmer, a little bit more youth with her from the at this stage of the game. Congratulations, everybody.
Over here on the National Colored Lincoln side, we've got a lot of variability in our Rams here, and the class is really won by our non-negotiables, and in my mind, some of those are going to be structure and function. The Ram that we use up top here is just really, really correct in terms of his structure, his skeleton, his makeup. One that's just really, really fluid as he rolls throughout the ring. Lincolns are naturally later maturing types of sheep, so that might be why he's a little bit on the smaller side, but I'm quite all right with that. He's got a ton of power, a ton of muscle underneath of him. I would venture to say he's got the biggest ribeye in our class for us today. One that we appreciate for length of body. Love the fleece on him. He's got that big open lock, one that we really, really like. Nothing to take away from that Ram then our second place. A really big, rugged, powerful type of Ram. Super long bodied. He is long spined. He's a little bit more shallow in his rib and his loin makeup itself, but that's quite all right. The reason he gets slipped down there into two, he just isn't near as fluid as that Ram up front. He just isn't as sound as square at the base. He tends to want to walk a little bit narrow for us, but a really, really good top pair here. We get into our third place Ram, one that's got a lot of good qualities and things that we like a lot about him. I like that fleece. I like the structure. I'd like for it to be opened up a little bit more. We tend to get a little bit cross-fibered here in this point in the game. He's a little bit lean compared to the rest of the lambs here in our class. I'd like a little bit more power and mass into him to see what he truly looks like when he's fed and he's fed heavy. We get into our Ram here in our fourth place position, one that profiles really well for us. He just isn't nearly as balanced on that profile. He gets a little high-chested, lower flanked in the rear end. He gets a little narrow and pinched across that top, but a nice set of Rams here. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted Hampshire January ewe lamb class, first place the entry 33, Cahoon 771, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 34, Alf 45425, Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. Third to entry 36, Avery Smith, Spirit Lake, Iowa. 4 to entry 32, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 37, Foster King, DeGraff, Ohio. Placing on the natural colored class of the National Lincoln Junior Show for early fall Ram Lambs. First to entry 61, Promised Farm 2506, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Second place to 63, Mum 2504, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to 64, Shalene, Arlington, Iowa. And 4 to 62, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted late yearling U class, first to entry 21. Scotch Lane Farms 925 Prim, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. Second to entry 22. Mystery DF Nichols Sheep Farm 3202 Gemma Dorsey, Moreau, Illinois. Third to entry 20, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. And 4 to entry number 23, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Pretty easy sort here on the Natural Colored Rams for the Lincoln Drive. The Ram will use the win the class is the one that's obviously the one that's got the most power and mass. He's got the length of body to him. He's a little bit coarser fronted for me today, but certainly does not hurt him in the slightest. I think we could simply just fit him up and bring that front end, bring that chest floor up a little bit. That's just being pretty critical of a nice Ram that put us up in that top end. But one that's got a good fleece. I think it's consistent enough from front to rear, top to bottom. A lot of good luster to him. Ram that we have here in our second place hole, one that we really, really like in terms of his carcass makeup. I think he might have a bit more true muscle to him underneath of that hide. For me today, he's just a little shorter sided. From a profile standpoint, his fleece wants to get a little cross-fibered for us today, but not too bad. But for me, it's simply just a little bit cleaner fleece sheep up there in that front place position. We get down here into third, a really good, young, immature type of Ram, one that's got a lot of good growth in him. I like how he runs uphill, but for me, as he starts to run uphill, he wants to hawk over a little bit on that rear wheel. If we can get him squared up on that hind end, I think we could slip him there easily into that second place position. A nice set of Rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored Lincoln late fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 65, Mum 2591, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 66, Promise Farm 2526, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. And third to entry 67, Malix Raisler, Manawa, Wisconsin.
Smaller show on the Ram side for our natural colored Lincolns, but it certainly didn't hurt the quality. I think we found some good ones to slip to the top. Those Rams that play the part, they look like Rams. They're big, they're masculine in that front end, yet trim enough throughout the entirety of the carcass. They've got some length of body. They've got some handle to them as well. I think there's a couple Rams in here that are pretty structurally sound. They're good in terms of the motion as they roll throughout the ring. A couple of them in here that have really, really nice fleeces to them. I'll get off here and select your Grand and Reserve champion.
For the natural colored National Junior Lincoln Show, our champion ram went to entry number 61 out of the early Ram Lamb class, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana, with Promise Farm 2506. The reserve champion to the class winner of the late Ram Lamb class, entry 65, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mumm 2591. Placing on the fitted February ewe lamb class for the National Junior Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 47, Meyer 2548, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Second place to entry number 40, Cahoon 0783, Elise Cahoon, Orangeville, Illinois. Third to 49, Ryder Juntanen, Bryant, South Dakota. Fourth place to entry 39, Milo Bacon, Greenview, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 44, Brody Payne, Kirkland, Indiana. Placing on the fitted early fall ewe lamb class for the National Pole Dorset Junior Show. First goes to entry 30. Reynolds Stock Farm 2502, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Second place to entry 31, Pine Knob Farm 2510, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts. Third to entry number 29, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry number 25, Grace DeFries, Freeport, Illinois. And 5 to 28, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Over here on the natural colored Lincoln side in the yearling ewe drive, a really deep and competitive class. The ewe that we'll start the class off with here is, in my mind, going to be one of the ewes that is the trimmer in the class. She's the one that's the complete package. She's just really correct in terms of her skeleton. I appreciate the natural width of base on this female. I think she's got a lot of good attributes underneath of her, but when we get into that skeleton, she's just put together really good. I love the way that neck's laid into that shoulder blade. I just love the way that front end and that hind end is assembled from her from that standpoint. You open up that fleece, I think she's just as good as any of them. I like the consistency of fleece on her. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to throw a little bit more luster in there, but that's being pretty critical of a really nice ewe to put us up there in that first place position. The ewe that we have here in second, the reason she slides up is one of those non-negotiables. She's super lean, she's super trim for this time of year, and that's what easily lands her there. She's obviously not the most powerful. She's probably not the longer-sided one, but she's the one that has enough true muscle and true power underneath of that hide. She's our deepest loin female in the class. She may not necessarily be as long as the rest of them, but one that's really good from that standpoint. You take a look at her fleece, I think she's good enough. I like the crimp. I like the structure of that fleece. I'd like that fleece to be a little bit longer to take a better look at it, but there's enough there for us today to get her into second. We come into third here. This is our ewe that we really liked from the beginning when she walked into the ring. She's kind of a stunning type of ewe from a profile and a phenotypic standpoint, one that we could easily slide up there. You put a handle on her, she's massive. She's got a lot of rack to her. She's got some capacity to her. However, she is carrying a little bit more condition than our top two in the front end there. You take a look at that fleece. I love the center of that fleece, but when we work that front shoulder and we work that hind end, there's the consistency is lost throughout that fleece. But if we could have that consistency of that center rib of that fleece throughout the entirety of that body, she'd easily slide up a position or two. We come into our ewe here in third, one that's got a really nice lustrous type of fleece. I like the character of that fleece. It's put in there really nicely. For me, she's our sort of saddled female for us today. I think she's got some good product underneath there. She just doesn't have near enough. When we come into our U here in our 5th place hole, a really, really good one. I like her from the profile. I like her from behind. She's super sound. She's square. She motors really, really well throughout the ring. Unfortunately for me today, she's the one on the top end that's carrying the most condition. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to trim her up through that front quarter, pick that front chest up a little bit more. But in terms of fleece, that's a really, really good fleece. The structure, the character's there, the luster is there. A nice set of ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the fitted Hampshire show, first place goes to entry number 57, Mum 2587, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second to entry 54, Meyer 2567, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois. Third place to entry 51, Sadie Pullen, Waterloo, Iowa. 4 to 55, William Taylor, Salem, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 52, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana. Placing on the natural colored yearling ewe class for the National Lincoln Show, first place to 73, Milliken M 24-241, Riker Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Second to 71, Buckshot 2419, Emily Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio. Third place to 75, Brett Martin, Attica, Ohio. 4 to 70, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. And 5 to 69, Luke Mum. Placing on the natural colored pair of yearling ewes for the Lincoln Show, first place to Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois. Placing for our senior champion and reserve senior champion fitted ewe for the National Pole Dorset Junior Show. Our senior champion ewe goes to the first place fitted early yearling ewe, entry 18, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm, 2364. The reserve senior champion ewe went to entry number 30, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm, 2502. For our Hampshire show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 47, Mackenzie Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer, 2548, out of the February ewe lamb class. Reserve came from the March and later born ewe lamb class. Class winner, entry number 57, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum, 2587.
The nice set of fall ewes here on our Lincoln Drive. The ewe that we'll start off with here is the female that I think is the complete package. One that we really appreciate her from her length of body. We love the way that this female profiles. You put a handle on her, she's got a ton of power and mass under there. I love the rack shape of her. I like the depth of loin on her as well. You pop open that fleece, she certainly doesn't disappoint. I love the length of fleece on her. I like the luster. I like the structure. I love everything about that fleece. A really, really nice ewe to get us there into top place position. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in our second place position. One that's a bit more traditional in terms of her style and her kind. Really appreciate her from that. That's why she lands herself there in second pretty easily in my mind. I like the way that she handles from a carcass standpoint. When we compare A to B, she just simply is too short loin for us. We'd like to make her a tick longer in that hind saddle to get around that ewe in that front end. When we talk about fleece, that's a really, really nice natural colored fleece. I love the structure, the design of it. I think it's got a ton of luster in it. I love the ringlet and the locklet size and the way that it lays into that hide. Just a really, really nice fleece there for that young lady. Congratulations. We come into our third place ewe, one that's just really pretty and attractive from the profile, one that does handle really, really well. Unfortunately, for me today, she's the one that's carrying the most condition. If we could change her so slightly, I'd like to actually lengthen her out a little bit, a rib or two, to get her the length that we see in those top two places in that position and get her trimmed up in that front end to have her a bit more balanced. But a really, really good ewe from a carcass standpoint. When we come into fourth here, we've got a really green type of ewe, one that I do appreciate the way that she's built and she's designed. I think she's got a bright future ahead of her as she comes into a yearling, one that we do appreciate for her length of loin on her. I think she's structurally correct as well. For me today, she just lacks an overall muscularity and power. I'd like to have a little bit more length of fleece to her as well to evaluate. We use this ewe here in our fifth place position to round out the class. One that's really, really good in terms of her structural makeup. One that's super sound, super square. As we take a look and handle that fleece, it just doesn't handle near as well as those ewes that are ahead of her today. A nice set of ewes. Congratulations.
For our fitted Hampshire show, our overall champion ewe was our junior champion ewe out of the February ewe lamb class, entry 47, Kinsey Meyer, Aaronsville, Illinois, with Meyer, 25-48. The reserve champion was our reserve junior champion out of the March and later ewe lamb class, entry 57, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum, 2587. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Senior ewe lambs, first place to entry 80, Luke Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Raider, 2530. Second place to 81, Promise Farm, F0624, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Third to 82, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. 4 to 78, Shell Lean, Arlington, Iowa. And 5 to entry 79, also Shell Lean. Placing on the poled Dorset fitted late fall ewe lamb class. First to entry 36, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois, with TML 2429. Second place to 24, Campbell Seymour, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2518 Tess. Third place to 39, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. 4 to 40, Hadley Paulus, Castown, Ohio. And 5 to 35, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan.
A good set of natural colored Lincoln females here. The ewe that we start off with is in my mind the one that I had found as soon as we had them roll into the ring. She's long bodied, she's long spined, she's got a ton of power and mass underneath of her. She's got a fair amount of muscle throughout that hind twist, down throughout that leg as well. One that's just really put together really, really nicely. She's fluid as she moves throughout the ring. She's structurally sound. She's correct. She's got a really, really good fleece on her, too. Young man's done a nice job of keeping that thing lustrous and clean. We come into this ewe here in second, one that we appreciate, too, from the profile, one that's big and bold and rugged. I love the capacity, the Springer rib on her. She's probably a little bit wider at the base. I do like that. The reason we've got her kicked down there into second, I think she just gets her overextended from time to time. She wants to hawk over on this show side for us. If we get her to sit a little bit more sound naturally, I think we could have slid you up into that first place position. As we get into our ewe here in third, one that's a bit more traditional in terms of her type and her kind, we do appreciate the top end in this female. She's got our deepest and biggest loin of any ewe here in our class for us today. She's really sound, she's really square, she's correct on her feet and her legs. I like the way that she's put together. She's got a really, really nice fleece, one that's super, super long. It's open the way that these breed has been meant to be. For me today, she's a little bit shorter-sided. I like to have a little bit more hind saddle, hind end to her. I'd like her fleece to be a little bit cleaner, but I think a good ewe to land us there into third. We come into our fourth place ewe, one that's a little bit more green in terms of those that are ahead of her today, one that's put together really, really well. You handle her, she's got a good carcass. She's my carcass female in the class for us today. One that handles with a lot of power and a lot of mass to her. For me, I'd like to deepen her a little bit more. I think she needs to have a bit more spring of rib, a bit more depth of flank to get her slid up any higher today. We come into a really, really nice ewe here in fifth, one that we do appreciate for the luster that's in that fleece. I love the length of loin, length of body on her. For me today, your fleece is just a little bit past the prime. I'd like to get that thing busted opened up a little bit more. I'd like to get that female to run uphill just ever so slightly, but a good set of natural colored females.
Placing on the natural colored early ewe lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First to entry 88, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Heritage Hill, B29. Second place to entry number 83, Mumm 2511, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. Third to 89, Emily Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. Fourth to 87, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana. And 5 to 85, Hattie Hendricks, Leonardville, Kansas. Placing on the fitted winter ewe lamb class for the Poll Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 43, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm, 990. Second to entry 45, Spildy, 9681 AI, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 50, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 4 to 49, Morgan Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. And 5 to 48, Braxton Forrester, Hillsdale, Michigan.
Not the biggest one that we lead off with up here, but pattern body, one that you like a good deal in terms of his forerib shape, his upper rib cage. He's one that's very, very level out of the top side of his hip. As you work further down on him, though, I think he's a little plainer towards the bottom side of his skeleton. And as we set the sheep in motion, a sheep that's more upright in terms of his blade angle and just doesn't get out of his front end with the comfortability of the one that leads off. Stout, powerful, high-performing sheep that sits in third down there. He's as muscular and as high-performing as anything in this particular set. We set the sheep in motion. He's a little tighter in terms of his top line. He's a little more tentative out of both ends of his skeleton. Just has to get out and go with more athleticism. Congratulations to those three.
Placings on the Hampshire Slick Shorn Senior Ram Lamb class. First place to entry number 65, Platinum 25311, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Second place to entry number 66, Need to Know, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. And third to 67, Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio.
Really, really deep set of natural colored Lincoln females out here. The ewe that we'll start off with is the one that we've had our eye on the whole time. One that's just really, really pretty, flashy, attractive from the profile. You put a handle on her, she certainly doesn't disappoint. She's got a lot of mass and power underneath of her. Beyond that 13th rib, all the way down through that hind saddle, down to that hind twist, she's got a lot of power and mass into her, yet she still remains really feminine in her makeup. I love how structurally correct she is. She walks really, really smoothly throughout the ring. Very surprising when you open up this fleece as well. It's hard to find a female that's got a good carcass under her and has a good fleece under her as well. One that's got a lot of luster. I love the length of the fleece. I think the character's spot on, a nice ewe to start us off with. We go into our U here in our second place position. Obviously, our longest spine and longest sided female for us here today. One that has a ton of power as well. She probably has the longest loin for us in our class today. For me, she tends to get a little bit more shallow. Just isn't as groovy and shapely as that U that we have there in that top end for us. As we evaluate her from the hind end, she wants to hawk in ever so slightly. If we could get her a bit more square off that hind end, we could have get her slid up into that first place position. The U here in third, she's different. She's the kind and type of, that I like. She's one that's very traditional in her makeup. Ton of power, ton of mass underneath of her. I really, really love the fleece on this female here. I love the way that those locks are laid into that hide. You take a look at it from front to rear, top to bottom. I can't find a hole or a problem in that fleece. One that's very lustrous and bright, soft enough to the touch, yet coarse enough to be a true Lincoln. Just a nice U to get us there in third. We come into this U here in our fourth place position, one that mimics the one there in third quite nicely. One that's put together really, really well. Unfortunately, she's probably the youngest female here in the class for us today. She's a little bit leaner compared to the rest. I'd like a little bit more power and mass in that top end, but another sheep with a really, really nice and beautiful open type of fleece. The U that we use here in fifth, one that we like from the profile, I love the squareness of top on her. She's a nice silhouette for a wool sheep. One that's carrying a lot of mass. She's also carrying, unfortunately, a lot of cover in that front end. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to trim her throughout that carcass, but a nice one to land us there in fifth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Well, good top end over on the slick hand side, and I think particularly these top three, there's certainly some build and quality as you get off to the side of them. The one that leads off is just so much better in terms of top side width, in terms of his forerib shape, his upper body shape, and then stoutness out of his hip, depth down to his twist, and I think one that you like a great deal in terms of his forerib, his underlying quality, his hip and hind legs exceptionally good as well. He's not the thinnest neck or he's not the tidiest at the base of his shoulder. He's built a little manly up there, but that's all right. I think he matches it from there back with enough stoutness to still proportion and balance correctly. I love the sheep that comes in second from the side. Height to shoulder, extension up front's exceptionally good. Handling quality is outstanding. That's probably his biggest advantage over the sheep in third is the ledge of his top line, the width of his loin, and how he hooks his loin back into his hip. He's just not quite as burly or as manly as that one that beats him in this class. Just has to come with more rib shape and certainly more width as you work into his lower skeleton to compete with that one up front. But dang sure one from the side that can do it. The one that comes out in third, tall fronted, really, really good in terms of his body shape. He's one that I like a great deal in terms of his feature and just he's got them big pearly whites down low. Unfortunately, he just comes in a couple more pieces. Base of his shoulder doesn't bling quite as well into his forerib. And then as you study that one down his top line, he's just a little off in terms of how he sends his loin back into his hip there. But I thought those top three were certainly quality sheep. Stout, powerful sheep. The young lady's doing a great job getting shown down in four down there. Big-footed, heavy structured, wide-chested, bold-bodied one that just, again, comes in a few more pieces. He's a little bigger shouldered, a little rounder out of both ends, and maybe just doesn't have quite the same youthful touch down his top line than those three that precede him in this class. Really hard-handling one that is neat-fronted, that comes in five down there. I like that about him. He's just a little bit more youthful, if you will, or immature in terms of just his handle, in terms of his tines from the outside. Unfortunately, he just needs to come with more mass and maturity at this stage of the game to get further up in this class. Nice set there. Give him a round of applause as they exit.
Another nice class
Placing on the natural colored pair of ewe lamb class for the National Lincoln Junior Show. First to entry 1, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Second, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. 4 to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And 5, Elizabeth Laframbose, Stark City, Missouri. Placing on the Slickshorn January Ram Lamb class for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First to entry 77, Clark Coyle, Taradice 25035. Clark is from Danville, Kentucky. Second place to 71, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana, with Hogger 25070. Third to 69, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 68, Harper Newton, Eaton, Ohio. And 5 to entry 74, Colt McCoy, Perrysville, Ohio. Placing on the Pole Dorset fitted spring ewe lamb class, first place to entry 59, Spildy, 9692, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 51, Crouch, 517, Bela Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Third to entry number 61, Delaney Crouch, Maroa, Illinois. Fourth place to 53, Theo Angus, Piper City, Illinois. And 5 to entry 57, Gemma Dorsey, Moro, Illinois.
Big kudos to our Lincoln breeders out here. Brought a phenomenal set of whites and a phenomenal set of natural colors out here. Always a pleasure to be able to handle good sheep that have power, that have muscle, and have a good fleece to take a look at. That's what makes, I would argue, this position here in the middle ring a little bit more challenging, as we've got some more parts and pieces that we've got to put together and compare against one another. For me, there's really 4 good females out here that have won their respective classes, and in my mind, it comes down to we're showing sheep, right? And those sheep have got to play the part, and that's something I'm going to use actually in my criteria to split these top 2 that we're going to take a look at. But they've really got to look the part. They've got to be flashy. But again, guys, when we take a look at these carcasses and take a look at them from a fleece standpoint, I think they're just spot on. They're very phenomenal in terms of their skeletal work as well as their fleece structure. But for me, there are some good ones out here. In my mind, I've got one picked for my champion. We'll go congratulate that one first, and then we're going to go take a look at our reserve, because it's really splitting some fibers here to take a look at those. But a really nice job. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
those scout features down low, and I think all of that sets up for the quality look that he does give you on the standstill. You get sheep in motion, and I think off both ends he's just a little rounder built than the sheep that we lead off with. I'm fine with his shoulder up front. It's more the top side of his hip that I'd like to make just longer and leveler back there, but I think that's a very competitive pair. Nice sheep in third that's wide-chested and bull-bodied and muscular. Doesn't come with the same amount of just look and quality as the two that precede him in this particular class, but I do think there's a lot of good in that sheep. The one that comes out in four is tall-fronted and hard handling. He just comes in more pieces. Needs to be a little bit better directly behind his shoulder and on the top side of his rib cage, handle with more spread up high. And then the one in five down there is kind of the same story. I think that's a tall-fronted one that has some handling quality. Unfortunately, though, he's just a little narrower. He's a little bit more off out of his hip, and then as you get in behind him, just needs to be stouter out of his dock and from behind as we compare him to a really stout set of four ahead of him. Congratulations, really nice top two in this class. Congratulations to this set.
Over here on the Full Dorset side, your junior champion female. I think a really nice set all the way through. It's been a lot of fun working through them. I think we've had a lot of depth of quality throughout each class. You get out here, and I think there's 6 really nice individuals, and certainly not cookie cutters. There's some differences, and that's all right. We're going to find the better ones out of each class and get them back out here and analyze them for what they are. I don't think everybody has to raise the same type and kind. Raise what you want, what you like and prefer, and I'm good with that. I'm just going to sort them the way I see them out here. So that being said, I think it gets kind of difficult which way we want to go. I think you got some give and take all throughout this. But that being said, I'm going to go out here and show you how I like them today. Let's put our hands together for the kids as we do so.
For our natural colored Lincoln show, our champion ewe went to the late natural colored ewe lamb, Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania, with Miller 25008. The reserve champion went to the first place fall ewe lamb, entry number 80, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Raider 2530. Placing on the natural colored pair ewe lamb class, first place went to Katie Miller, Newville, Pennsylvania. Second, Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Third, to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. 4 to Noah McAllister, Delaware, Ohio. And 5 to Elizabeth Laframbrose, Stark City, Missouri. For our Pole Dorset Junior show, our junior champion ewe went to the first place fitted Winter ewe lamb, entry 43, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Farm 990. The reserve junior champion came out of the fitted spring ewe lamb class, entry 59, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy 9692. For our Pole Dorset Fitted show, the senior champion ewe was also our overall grand champion ewe. Entry number 9 out of the fitted fall pardon me. Out of the fitted early yearling U class, entry 18, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Nichols Sheep Farm 2364. The reserve senior champion was our reserve overall grand champion. Entry 30, Taylor Crouch, Maroa, Illinois, with Reynolds Stock Farm 2502. For our natural colored Lincoln show, our young flock class placings. First place to Luke Mumm, Whiteheath, Illinois. Second, Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana. Third place, Elizabeth Laframboise, Stark City, Missouri. And 4, Tishelle Lean, Arlington, Iowa. For our natural colored Lincoln show, our best fleeced animal goes to Hannah Swanson, Albany, Indiana, with Promised Farm 2535. In our Slickshorn Hampshire show, our February Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 79, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Second to 84, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson 25077. Third to entry 81, Valley Yancey, Huntsville, Arkansas. Fourth place to entry 78, Haley Blatt, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 87, Caitlin Jornby, Brownstown, Wisconsin. Placing on the March and later born Ram Lamb class for the Slickshorn Hampshires, first to 91, Everett Mueller, Adele, Wisconsin, with Johnson 22314. Second to entry 90, Nash Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Showstock 25179. Third to entry 92, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 4 to 89, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina.
A nice set of rams over here to start off our Border Leicester drive. The ram that we're going to use here to win the class is the one that I think is just a little bit more structurally sound and corrected in terms of his skeletal makeup. He may not be the biggest and roundest and deepest flanked or deepest ribbed as the ram that we have here in second, but the thing that he does have, he's got that true natural shape. He's got that true muscularity throughout his system. In terms of bone work, I think he is the biggest bone and thickest bone ram here and the biggest footed ram for us here today. I love the length of body on him. I like the way that he handles. You pop open that fleece, it's a bit of a different fleece, and I really like that type of fleece for a Border Leicester. It's more coarse in its nature. It's a little bit more open and a little bit more free-flowing. You come into that ram there in second, boy, he's the one that's different. He's a ground pounder. He's big, he's bold, he's powerful. I love how ruggedly made he is. But from that standpoint, I think he is a little bit too far on the extreme side for me today. He gets a little bit beyond his skeleton for us. He wants to be a little heavier fronted. He's got some heavy condition to him, but boy, it's really, really impressive when you put a handle on him. He's really sound. He's square in terms of his skeletal makeup. I'd like to trim him up and really see what he's got underneath of that hide. You take a look at that fleece. I love how consistent it is in terms of length as we work from front to rear. For me, he's getting a little bit too fine in terms of that design. We come into a really nice immature ram here in third, one that's really nice for his type and kind. I like the breed character of him. I think he's got some good characteristics to him. Unfortunately, today, you just simply get outpowered. I'd like to have a bit more mass in that top end to him. I'd like to drop that flank a little bit more to get him balanced from the profile, but a nice set of rams. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
For our Slickshore and Hampshire show, our champion overall ram went to entry number 77 out of the Slick January class, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky, with Paradise 25035. The reserve champion went to entry 79 from the February Ram Lamb class, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2520. Placing on the white border Leicester Fall Ram Lamb class, first to entry 2, T. Johnson 0226, Callie Oplinger, Smithville, Ohio. Second place to entry number 5, Week Overlook Manor Farm 6548, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And third to entry 4, Mackenzie Adams, Chibance, Illinois. Placing on the Slickshorn Fall Ram Lamb class for your National Pole Dorset Junior Show, first to entry 66, OTH Farms 560, Harper Carey, Richwood, Ohio. Second place to entry 67, Rudisill Club Lambs 25023, Chrissy Joe Akers, Ashton, West Virginia.
Interesting class of Border Leicester Rams. A lot of variability in terms of the makeup of these sheep from a skeletal standpoint as well as their fleeces. The ram we'll use here to start off the class is just the one that has the most masculinity. He's got the most mass in terms of muscle and power to him as well. I really like the top end on him. I like the shape of him as well. You take a look at that fleece. It's really consistent in terms of its structure, its design. A lot of character to it, and I love that it's a consistent length as you work throughout. Just a really, really good sound buck to start off the class. Nothing to take away from that ram there in second. He might be a little bit more traditional in terms of that fleece structure. That's really what brings him up to that second place position. I like the way that lock structure is. I like the way that fleece flows from the top all the way down to that center portion of the body. As we get down towards the edge, I'd like to see a little bit more fleece to it to be able to evaluate it a bit more accurately, if you would. But from a structural standpoint, I think he's just as good as you can make him. One that's very sound-footed, he's big-footed, and just a really cool type of sheep. I like the length of the front end on him as well. I think he just balances really, really well. We come into our ram here in third, one that's just a really long-sided buck for us today, one that we appreciate the length of loin on him as well. I like the length of the fleece. We're almost getting a little bit too long as we work through that hind end itself. You're starting to get a little cross-fibered in that hind quarter, but as you work forward from that, a really nice lustrous type of fleece, one that's a really square rear end type of sheep. For me today, if we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to bring that front end up a little bit more and get him a little bit more balanced and level across the top to get around those top two rams ahead of you today. We've got a younger buck here in fourth, one that's just really, really good in terms of his structure and his design. Unfortunately for me today, he's the one that tracks the narrowest. He's just a little bit too narrow for me across that top, a little bit peaked in the shoulder as well, but one that's really, really green, and I think one that has a lot of growth capacity left into him. The ram that we use here to round out the class here in fifth is kind of our rugged ram, one that's got some good color, good breed character to him. He's got a lot of bone, he's big-footed, but for me today, he just doesn't put the package together near as nicely and crispy and cleanly as I'd like for him to see. I'd like to have that front end cleaned up a little bit better. I'd like to lay that neck into that shoulder a bit better and get him a bit more square off that hind end. But from a fleece standpoint, he's got a nice fleece. It's really nice and long and consistent, but a nice set of bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the early white spring ram lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place to entry 11, H. Barkley 2512, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to entry 10, H. Barkley 2519, Abigail Parks, Leiden, Massachusetts. Third place to entry number 12, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. 4 to entry 20, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. And 5 to entry 7, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland.
probably a little past their prime from a condition perspective. Three's the one that probably handles just the closest to correct of those three. And so that's why she prevails into third there. I like her in terms of her chest width, her body shape. To me, she has more from behind than the one that's in 4 or 5. We get the sheep in motion. I'd like to take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder and just lean her up a little bit. I love the sheep that comes out in 4, and if I would have seen her a couple of months ago, I probably liked that sheep quite a bit. She's just a little past her prime from a condition perspective, a little chubby and a little softer handling. She's been hitting the same buffet I do. Needs just leaned up a little bit. So in 5 is one that's tall and extended, comes in a few more pieces, shares the same disadvantage from a condition standpoint, just needs leaned up. But certainly a good class, very, very high quality. Differences in terms of handling quality as you get your hands on them. Congratulations to that set.
Placings on our first class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place to entry number 139, Everhart 2385, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. Second place to entry 136, Menon, IN 49-5272, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to entry 122, Haley Blatt, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Fourth place to entry number 133, Gavin Foff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry 135, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin.
Really, really good set of border lesters over here. Boy, I tell you what, the ram we start the class off with has stud buck written all over him. You take a look at him from the ground up. He's got the most amount of bone. He's the biggest footed. He's the one that puts all the parts and pieces together the best for me today. You look at him from the front end assembly standpoint, he really lays that neck into that front shoulder really, really well. He's level and square across that top. He's got a lot of masculinity to him as well. And from a breed perspective, I really like that Roman nose on him as well. You take a look at his fleece, I think it's spot on where we want it. Just a really, really good buck to start us off with in that class. Nothing to take away from our ram there in second. One that profiles really well. He's one that is a little bit longer in terms of his profile than our class winner, but what he lacks is that depth of rib, that spring of rib, and that capacity. I'd like to make him a little bit deeper, but I do appreciate the amount of muscle and power that he has for us today. You take a look at his fleece, he may have a little bit more luster to him as well, but I think overall I just want a little bit more mass, a little bit more muscle and bone underneath of him to get across our front of our class winner. We come into a more moderate and plain type of ram here in third, one that we do appreciate him from a carcass standpoint. He's got some muscle underneath that hide. I think one that's balanced from that standpoint really, really well. He just falls apart for me in terms of his fleece quality. I'd like to get it a little bit coarser and a little bit more consistent as we work throughout. The ram that we have here in fourth is obviously our longest spine, longest sided ram for us here today. One that does profile really, really well. One, again, like we saw in our second place ram, one that we would like to have a little bit more depth of body to him. For me today, he gets a little bit narrow at the base, and it translates all the way up through that carcass. He gets a little bit peaked in that shoulder, a little sharp around those edges as we work throughout that loin, but a nice ram to land us there in fourth. And we do have a nice ram here in fifth, one that rounds out the class for us quite nicely, one that's long-bodied, long-spined. For me today, he's just a little lighter boned, a little lighter muscled. He does have a good fleece to him. We'd like to pick up that front end on him as well, but a nice set of rams here for our Border Leicester breed.
Results from the class of Slickshorn Winter Ram Lambs for the Poll Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 73, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. Second place to entry 81, Grizzly Martin 25016, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio. Third place to 71, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Fourth place to 74, Jinsley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. And 5 to 75, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Placing on the white Border Leicester Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry number 13, Fogel, 1257, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Second place to entry 19, Jay Baird, 25019, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to 16, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 4 to 15, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5th to 17, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois.
Smaller showing here on our Border Leicester Rams, but I think there's a lot of quality and a lot of depth of quality here. We've got a couple bucks out here that are really, really trim. I think they're good for their breed character. I think they're good in terms of their structure, their bone work. They've got some good fleeces to them, and they've got plenty of power and muscle underneath of them. Again, a couple of them that I like really, really well. I think they're very traditional in the way that they appear and the way that they handle. And with that being said, we'll get off here and check the hand of your graded reserve.
Champion Ram for the White Border Leicester show goes to our first place in the late Ram Lamb class, entry number 13, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 12:57. The reserve champion was the class winner of the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 2, Callie Opliger of Smithville, Ohio, with Travis Johnson 0226.
Powerful class of females over here for our yearling ewe drive on our Border Leicesters. The ewe that we use here to start the class off with. Boy, I tell you what, she's a lot in a little package here. She's got a lot of bone, she's got a lot of product, and she's got some good fleece underneath of her as well. I will admit she's probably carrying a bit more condition than I'd like for her to see, but from a structural standpoint, at the base up, she's the one that's widest, and I think she's the one that is just the most naturally, structurally correct. We come into that ewe there in second, probably the one that profiles a little bit better for me. She's up-fronted, she's up-headed. Her neck really lays into that shoulder blade quite nicely for me. She's a little bit squarer off that dock, but as we study her a little bit more, she's a little finer in her bone work. She's a little bit more narrow at the base compared to our class winner. When you take a look at her fleece, she just isn't nearly as consistent either compared to that one up in first. I'd like to see that consistency of fleece to transition from front to rear. Quite consistent from top to bottom, but just isn't on the side and profile of that sheep itself. The ewe we have here in third, one that's very broody and maternal in terms of her nature. She's got a lot of spring of rib, a lot of depth of body to her as well. She's got a fair bit of loin to her as you take a look at her from a carcass standpoint. For me, she's just too unbalanced for me today. She tends to get a little heavier fronted. She wants to run downhill for us. I'd like to trim her up throughout that front quarter. I'd like to drop that rear flank to get her a bit more balanced from the profile, to get her slid up into that second place position. The ewe that we have here in third, one that we do like for the amount of trimness that she has. I think she's dialed in from a carcass standpoint. Really, really good. One that's balanced really, really well from the profile. One that's got a fair bit of hind saddle to her and a fair bit of natural muscle throughout that hind leg. Unfortunately for me today, the fleece is just too short. I'd like to see a bit more fleece throughout that side profile of that sheep to get a good read of what it looks like. For me, it's soft to the handle, it's soft to the touch. It is getting a little fine for my liking today. The ewe that we have here that rounds out the class in fifth, one that's very traditional in terms of her type and her kind. I think one that's got a lot of good bone work underneath of her. For me today, she just isn't near as smooth as she tracks throughout the ring off those hind legs. She wants to get a little short-strided, short-gated for us today. I'd like to also smooth her out across that top and drop that rear flank a bit to get her a bit more balance from the profile, but a nice set of yearling ewes. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on class number 2 of our Slickshorn yearling used for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place goes to entry 107, Ellerbrock 20422, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Second place to entry 102, Johnson Family Showstock 24192, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 116, Anara Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 113, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And 5 to entry number 119, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of Border Leicester White early yearling ewes. First place to Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6419. Second place to entry 43, Jay Baird 2409, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third to entry 38, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 45, Cheyenne Clyde, Greenville, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 41, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 85, 406 Club Lambs 2588, Francesca Volpe, Helena, Montana. Second place to entry 94, Northern Oklahoma College 25054, Kaylee Florence, Falmouth, Kentucky. Third to 83, Owen Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. 4 to entry 93, Charlie Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. And 5 to 91, Madeline Crouch, Springville, Indiana. champion ram for the Slickshorn Pole Dorset Junior Show goes to our first place winter ram lamb. Entry 73, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio, with Obsession Showstock 5596. The reserve went to our second place in that Slickshorn Winter Ram Lamb class. Entry 81, Blake Martin, Attica, Ohio, with Martin 25016 Grizzly.
Another unique set of yearling ewes over here with our white border Leicesters. The female we use to win the class is the one that's just put together a little bit nicer, in my opinion. This female here has a lot of muscle, a lot of power underneath of her. She's got a bit of Springer rib to her as well. I think as we look at our top 5 lineup, she's the one arguably that has the most amount of bone. She's the one that's structurally square and correct from the ground up. Really like the fleece on her as well. We come into that ewe there in a second. Nothing to take away from her. She's got a lot of capacity, a lot of power throughout that top end. For me today, she wants to just buckle over on those hind legs ever so slightly. If we could get her to pull those legs back up underneath of her, she wouldn't look like she was so far knocked over on those legs. But again, one that's got a lot of power, a lot of good qualities. She's got a really nice, lustrous, and bright fleece. For me today, there just isn't enough consistency to get her around that first place ewe. The ewe here in third, one that's a bit more plain in terms of her design. I think she has just as much bone, arguably, as that female that we had there in our first place position. I like how up-fronted, how correct and square she is. For me today, she simply just gets out-powered and out-ponied. She gets a little bit narrower in that front end in terms of her base width and design, but a really, really good female to get us there in third. The female we have here in fourth, the one that's just big, bold, and rugged. Unfortunately for me today, she's the one that's carrying the most amount of condition for us as well. But in terms of natural muscularity, she's got a fair bit of muscle underneath of her. For me today, she also gets a little short-saddled, short-sided as well to get her around those others in front of her today. Good ewe here in fifth that helps us round out the class. One that we really like. She handles really, really well in terms of muscularity. She's our longest loin female in the class. She's probably our deepest loin edge female in the class for us today. Unfortunately, today she just didn't want to cooperate for the young man very well. I'd like to get her leveled out across that top. I'd like to get her stretched out throughout that front end. But when you're talking about a good fleece, she certainly has one. One that's got that good character, that good crimp, that good structure, and enough luster to it as well. But a nice set of females. Congratulations.
know it today, she's 12 o'clock. That's one that's maybe just a little softer, a little bigger middle, and just a little bigger in terms of her neck as we compare those to the procedure in this particular class. I like the one that comes out in 4 a good deal, big in terms of her kind, but yet still has some stoutness and power, a little bit more fragile, not quite as big of a punch as you step directly behind that sheep as the ones that precede her. Get into 5, and that's a different discussion entirely. That one is broad and stout and powerful. I think she just comes in a few more pieces, comes with more lower shoulder, maybe a little bit more deviation down her top line. Doesn't come with quite the same striking look as we get off to the side of her as some of those up ahead of her. Congratulations to that set. Really good class.
Placings from the white Border Leicester yearling U class. First place goes to entry number 31, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1232. Second place to 30 with Jay Baird 2423, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third place to entry 27, Kaylee Oplinger, Smithville, Ohio. 4 to 28, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to placing on the Class 1 of Senior U Lambs for the National Junior Hampshire Show. First place to entry number 142, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with KPO 4012. Second place to entry 156, Ambergy 25-029, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third to entry 161, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. Fourth place to 155, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana. And fifth to 154, Breelyn Slack, North Manchester, Indiana.
A lot of variety over here with our Border Leicesters. The U we'll start off with is in my mind the one that's just got the most power. She puts the package together quite nicely for me here today. One that's just a nice profiling type of U, one that's very long and very strong in terms of her skeletal makeup. I love the base of width on her. I like how structurally correct and sound she is on the move as well. What really sets her apart is her ability to put all those pieces and parts together. I like the luster and the fleece in her. It's consistent enough for me today. I will say if I could change her ever so slightly, I'd like the length of that loin. She's the widest top female, but she's also the shortest top female in the class for us today. But that's being pretty critical of a nice ewe to start us off with. The ewe lamb we've got here in second, one that's probably the greenest here in our top lineup, but I'm quite all right with that. From a breed character standpoint, she's spot on. I love that head. I love the fleece on her as well. One that does have a lot of power and structure underneath of her. For me today, she simply gets a little bit too narrow compared to that class winner. We get into our ewe here in third. She's kind of a unique ewe, one that I really appreciate from the standpoint of her maternal ability. I think she'll do a really, really nice job in the brood ewe pen. She's got a ton of bone and power underneath of her. She's probably the thickest bone female that we have here in a class. She profiles really well from the profile, but as you get on top of her, she just becomes a little bit unbalanced. She gets a little heavier gutted, bigger rib for me, and she tends to taper off on that hind end. If we could get her trimmed up throughout the center of the body and get her balanced a little bit more than what she is, I think she could have easily slid into that second place hole. The ewe that we have here in fourth, she's kind of a more moderate and more plain type of ewe. One that we really, really like in terms of the way that she's designed. I love the fleece on this one. She's got some good luster to it, got good length. I like the character, like the structure of that lock put into that hide. For me, you just simply get outpowered. You get a little bit more narrow across that top and pinched throughout the shoulders compared to the others ahead of you. The ewe that we use here to round out the classes here in fifth, one that's really, really good in terms of her structural and skeletal design. For me today, she's really narrow at the base. I'd like to get her busted apart throughout the center of her skeleton, get her tracking a little bit wider. In terms of her fleece, it's really good as we look down through there and look at that crimp structure. I'd like to see that crimp go all the way to the surface of that fleece. But a nice set of ewes here. Congratulations, guys.
Placing on the fall ewe lamb class for the white border Leicester show, first place goes to entry number 50. H. Barclay 2447, Oliver O'Keefe, Marlborough, Connecticut. Second place to 49. Travis Johnson 0224, Harper Amos, Rushville, Indiana. Third to entry 48, Claire Henry, Carrollton, Ohio. 4 to 51, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois. And 5 to entry 47, Samantha Logan, Orient, Ohio. Placing on Class 2 of our Slickshorn Senior U Lambs for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place goes to entry 150, Amara Bugenhagen, Makwangago, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Showstock 25007. Second place to entry 145, Reagan Lepper, Argus, Indiana, with Michael 178. Third place to 148, Claire Perogowitz, Lisbon, Ohio. 4 to 147, Kylie McCoy, Albion, Indiana. And 5 to entry 153, Leland Ging, Rushville, Indiana.
Unique set of Border Leicester females out here. We've got a lot of variability even in the top end of the class, but I think we've done a nice job of sorting those that deserve to be to the top. The female we'll start with is just the one that's put together a little bit better than the rest. I like the bone work. I like the structure underneath of her. From a breed character standpoint, I think she's spot on. Love the coloration, like the arch in the nose on this female. When you look at her from the front end, she's a silhouette. I love the way that neck's laid into that front end assembly. Just a really, really good female. You put a handle on her, she's certainly not green, but she certainly isn't over-conditioned either. I think she's dialed in right where we want them to be. Has a good fleece underneath her as well. You we have here in second. Nothing against her. I think one that's really, really long-bodied. I do appreciate her from that standpoint. She's our longest loin female in the class for us here today. For me, she just doesn't balance near as well from the profile. She tends to get a little heavier chested, heavier fronted, and gets a little bit shallow there up into that flank. But from the standpoint of a high-quality, high-caliber brood ewe, that one fits the bill for me quite well. Female here in third, she's kind of my problem ewe. One that I do like from the standpoint of that fleece itself. I like how coarse it is. For me, it might be a little bit too coarse. It just doesn't have the consistency that I'm looking for. It has more of that ringlet, that locklet structure. I'd like it to be a little bit more blended in, a little bit smoother. But from a standpoint of a structural standpoint, she's good in terms of her skeleton. She's good in terms of her carcass. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to pick her up on that front end. She just got a little too soft for me as we continued showing for us today. The ewe that we have here in our fourth place position, one that profiles really, really well. I think she matches up really good with that ewe there in our first place position. She has enough bone to her. She has enough mass to her. Unfortunately for me, she just gets a little bit narrow at the base, and that translates up through her skeleton. She's probably our narrowest female made throughout the class here in the top end. The ewe that helps us out here is one that's very plain in terms of her design, but I think one that's good, that will produce a lot of good high-caliber, high-quality lambs. For me today, she just is too pinched and too narrow up in that front end. She's a little sharp-shouldered. She's a little bit too close on that front end in terms of her leg set, but a good set of females here for these exhibitors.
There's one that I think is very, very nice, and I think she wins, and then I think it gets closer for reserve between the second in that class and another class winner. I think on the move, there's just more natural elevation of front end and front end quality of the one that I will use for reserve. But the one that is second to our champion, I think very, very stout, powerful, good handling sheep. Just needs to be a little tidier as we work up front. But really nice class. Young man with the one out of second class is going to be our champion. Young lady up here out of the first class can be reserved. Congratulations.
Placing on the early Slickshorn Yearling U class for the Poll Dorsets. First place went to entry number 115, Purple Haven Farm 2410, Iris, Gensley Ball, Greenville, Iowa. Second place to entry 116, Slack 4188, Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana. Third place to entry 126, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois. 4 to 125, Allie Boyd, Latonia, Ohio. And 5 to 99, Charlie Crouch, Eureka, Illinois. Placing over on the Porter Lester class of white January ewe lambs. First to entry number 56, Abigail Parks, Leyden, Massachusetts, with H. Barkley, 2523. Second to entry 60, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio, with J. Baird, 250006. Third to entry number 59, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Fourth to 52, Carly Mailing, Cape Nettic, Maine. And fifth to 57, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. Our senior champion ewe goes to the first place ewe, 107 out of the second class of yearling ewes, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, Ellerbrock 20428. The reserve senior champion to entry 139 out of the first class of yearling ewes, Samantha Everhart, Carlisle, Indiana, with Everhart 2385. Placing on the late slick shorn yearling ewes for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 100, Silversmith 24101, Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio. Second place to 108, W.D. Dorsets 1362, Eric Taylor, Jeffersonville, Ohio. Third to entry 106, Brooklyn Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 110, Jeffrey Wilson II, Dansville, New York. And 5 to 109, Brackney Fulford, Crawfordsville, Indiana.
Really, really close pair on these Border Leicesters here. I think you could flop them either way. Today we'll use the bigger, rugged, more powerful female to start the class off with. She's our longer-sided, longer-spined female. She's the one that's got the widest top across her. If we could change over so slightly, I'd like the lengthen the loin on the top end there. She gets a little short-sided for me in terms of the length of that loin, but she certainly has that depth of loin to her as well. When we take a look at her fleece, I think she's just spot on where we need her to be. I'd like a little bit more length to that, but that's being critical of a good one right there. The ewe that we have here in second, she's more of our youthful female. I think in terms of breed character, she's spot on, like her coloring, like the way that she gets her ears positioned, head up and forward from that standpoint. At this point in the game, I really think that she needs to have a little bit more growth to her. Again, I don't know the situation of how she was reared, if she's a multiple or not, but I'd really like to see a bit more groceries into her, a little bit more top end. But for what she is, I think she has plenty of power, plenty of capacity to her. She's built right. She's structurally correct. I do prefer this fleece here in the second place ewe than the one up ahead of her, but again, she simply just gets outpowered to move across the scale on that top end for us today. The ewe that we have here in our third place position, one that we really, really like from a profile standpoint, one that's just dead level across the top. She's square at the rump. She's good in terms of her rear end assembly, but as we work towards the front, she just gets a little bit too pinched, a little bit too narrow throughout that front end. She gets a little short fleece as we work from front to rear, but a good ewe there nonetheless for third. As we come here into fourth and fifth, our fourth place ewe, arguably our one that's carrying the most condition for us here today. But I do appreciate how long-bodied she is. I do appreciate the fleece that she's got on her as well. For me, I just want her to be a little bit more fluid as she rolls throughout the ring. As she's standing there, she wants to get a little posty on that hind end for me. Just get her smoothing up in that gate. She'd be sliding up pretty easily for me today. The female that we use here in fifth, one that's just more of that moderate type of female, one that's a bit more coarse in terms of her design. I'd like to fix that front end assembly, get her to be a bit more smooth in those transitions. But again, one that's very carcass oriented, one that's got some plenty of power underneath. We just need to put those parts and pieces together a little bit more smoothly to get her slid up the scale today.
ability to get out of her front end without athleticism and her length from there forward. I think a very, very good picture that one paints. She just needs a little bit more bulk. I love the center body of the one that comes out in third. That one is wide-chested, wild-bodied, really, really big back and big from behind. If you could take her from her four-rib back, I'm not sure that there's a whole lot that can beat her in this class. Unfortunately, as you work from there forward, a little bit more upright in her shoulders. She's a little bit shorter in terms of her neck, and as we get to three in motion, she's the one that just slides into third from just a movement and athleticism perspective. The one that comes out in four, big and pretty, really, really good built. One that, again, maybe comes in just a little bit more piecey package from the side. We could use just a shot more four-rib shape in that one, just a shot more in terms of expression of muscle from behind. But I do think that her height to shoulder and extension up front is what allows her to prevail over the sheep that's in five. I like the sheep in fifth in terms of soundness of structure. Very basic in her build, and I mean that in the most positive sense of the term. I think she's very mobile. She sounds structured. She's one that at this age is starting to show the effects of maturity just a little bit. A little plainer up front, a little bit more depth in terms of her blade and her shoulder up front. And then she could be just a tick better as she spins her loin back into her hip there. But really good class here. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
Placing on the February ewe lamb class for the White Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry 72, Jay Baird, 25020, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to entry 63, Fogel, 1248, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Third place to entry 76, Parker Wetzel, Franklin Grove, Illinois. 4 to 66, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And 5 goes to entry 73, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Placing on the Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, the first class of those. First place to entry 251, All-Star 2507, Lily Williamson, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to entry 245, Hogger 25003, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Third place to entry number 252, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. 4 to 244, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. And 5 to 249, Ty Thorson, Columbus, Wisconsin. We also would like to wish a very happy birthday to Brenda Lobdell today.
Over here with the Border Leicesters, I think kind of an easy class for me to sort. They sort themselves pretty easily. The female we use to start the class is the one that's is the biggest. She's the excuse me, she's the one that's the most mature in her skeleton and her muscular design. You put a handle on her, she's really, really impressive. She's got a fair bit of muscle down throughout that hind leg, all the way out throughout that twist. One that we do appreciate from the standpoint of a fleece. I think if you're looking for a fleece in a Border Leicester, that's the one that I'm going to be chasing after. It's got plenty of length to it, plenty of luster in it, and the lock formation is spot on. As you talk and think about that front end assembly on a female in terms of these Border Leicesters, I think she does it just as good as anyone else. Nothing to take away from that there, young couple there, working that ewe there in that second place position. You guys are doing a phenomenal job getting her stuck. One that's just a little bit shorter sided than the female that we use to win the class, a little bit shorter necked, shorter fronted, if you would. But as you talk about carcass and you talk about some meat characteristics, that female right there is packed full of them. In terms of structure and design, she's pretty fluid off the front end. She gets a little choppy on that rear end. I'd like to give her a bit more flex to that rear hock, but a good one there to put us into second place. You here in third, one that's just a bit more plain in terms of her design. In terms of breed character, really, really like it. I think that head's in a nice position. I like the shape and the structure and design of it. I like the bone work on this female too. Not enough or not too much and not too little from that standpoint. She's long-bodied enough. She simply just gets outpowered. But as you take a look at her fleece, I think one that's good. She mimics those that are ahead of her today. As we get down here into 4 and 5, a good set of females here. For me today, you guys are just getting simply outpowered. If we could get a little bit more top end, a little bit more rib shape, rack shape to them, get a little bit more length of fleece and a little bit coarseness, more coarser fleece on them, we can get you slid up the scale as well. But a nice set of females. Congratulations.
Placing on the March and later born ewe lamb class for the White Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry number 81, Fogel, 1250, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Second to 82, Travis Johnson, 0253, Kate Henry, Carrollton, Ohio. Third place to entry 80, Kaylee Hoppliger, Smithville, Ohio. 4 to 78, Oakley Yard, Watauga, Illinois. And 5 to 79, Haxton Yard, Watauga, Illinois. Placing on the Border Leicester pair of white ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 88, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to 85, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio. Third to 91, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. 4 to 92, Mackenzie Adams, Shabance, Illinois. And 5 to entry 86, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio. Placing on the Paul Dorset Slickshorn Fall ewe lamb class. First place to entry 140, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 24110. Second to 139, Knox Ritz, Corey Brothers Club Lambs, CB252, Roxa. Knox is from Brownstown, Indiana. Third to 129, Braylon Bisher, Coatesville, Indiana. 4 to 134, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And 5 to 132, Brianna Farrell, Columbia City, Indiana.
Our Border Leicester breeders out here deserve a nice round of applause and thank them for bringing out such a good set of sheep for us to evaluate here today. Really, really deep, very impressive with the number of sheep that we have here represented and all across the country as I hear some of the names being listed off. And so I think these guys should be really proud of the fact that this is a breed that's certainly gaining a lot of traction. Certainly a lot of depth in terms of quality of these females. There's certainly a lot of females out here deserving of this award. Even as we go down into those second place positions, nothing to take away from them in those classes, but boy, I tell you what, I think we found some good females here on the top end. These top 6 here, I think you could go either way in direction with them. In my mind, when we're evaluating females, they've got to be sound, they've got to be good-footed, they've got to have good bone and structure underneath of them. They need to be trim regardless of the time of the year so we can do whatever we need and want with them at any given time rather than trying to peel some of that cover and condition off of them as well. When we take a look at these fleeces and we look at the breed character, I think there's just 2 of them out here that are just really, really hard to beat in terms of the way that their fleeces are laid into that hide, the way that they present themselves from the profile. And with that being said, I'll get off here and shake the hand of your Grand Reserve.
For our Porter Lester Show in the white division. Our overall champion ewe was the White March Ewe Lamb class winner, entry 81, Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1250. The reserve champion goes to the first in the February ewe lamb class, entry 72, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25020. For the white border Lesters, we're now ready to show white best fleece. White best fleece is the class that should be in the ring. For our Slickshorn Pole Dorset show, our senior champion ewe goes to the first place in the Slickshorn Late Yearling Ewe class, entry 100. Caden Lake, Norwich, Ohio, with Silversmith 24101. The reserve champion was first place in the Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb class, entry 140. Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 24110. Placing on the second class of Slickshorn January ewe lambs for the Hampshire show. First to entry 231, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana, with Slick 2510. Second place to 238, Reagan Clark, Bloomington, Indiana, with Baker Show Lambs 2506. Third to 226, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. 4 to 227, Ashton Royer, Sharpsburg, Maryland. And 5 to entry 221, Grayson Alley Parker, Barnesville, Georgia. For the Border Leicester show, best white fleeced animal is in entry number 98, shown by Emmett Fogel, Shreve, Ohio, with Fogel 1250. Border Leicester exhibitors, following this young flock class, we will have a best-headed white Border Leicester ram class, followed by a best-headed Border Leicester U class. I would suggest that you kind of put the Rams on one side of the ring and the U's over on the other side, since most of them are out there right now anyway. placing on the young breeders flock for the White Border Leicester Show. First place goes to entry 118, Emmett Fogel, with Fogel 1257. Emmett is from Shreve, Ohio. Second place to 121, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25020. Third place goes to Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Fourth to 125, Emma Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. And 5 to 120, Callie Opliger, Smithville, Ohio.
love that one down at the ground. Her ability to get out of both ends. Unfortunately, you get into a lineup of this caliber and she gets just a little plainer as you get off to the side of her, just a little deeper in terms of her front end design than those four that precede her in this class. High quality class here. Give them a round of applause as they exit.
For our Border Leicester show, in the white division, our best-headed ram went to Emmett Fogel with Fogel 1257. The best-headed ewe to Josie Baird with 2408. Josie's from Canfield, Ohio. Placing on the Hampshire Slick Shorn January ewe lamb class number 3. First place to 210, Jada Schroyer with OH 20223304. Jada's from DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 202, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with Ellerbrock 21154. Third to entry 201, Justin Johnson, Delavan, Wisconsin. 4 to entry number 173, Jackson Ritter of Fortville, Indiana. 5 to entry 197, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin.
Nice pair of rams to start off our natural colored Border Leicester show here. The ram we'll use to start the class is the one that's just a bit more rugged, a bit more powerful in terms of his structure and his design. He's the one that's the thickest and broadest throughout his skeleton. For me, if we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to have that fleece a little bit more lustrous and a bit more crimp and curl to it, but that's being critical of a nice ram to start us off there with. Nothing to take away from that ram there in second. One that's just really, really smooth in terms of his fluidity as he walks throughout the ring. For me today, he simply just gets outpowered. I'd like to drop that rear flank a little bit, get him leveled out throughout that top, but you talk about a nice lustrous fleece, that ram has got a nice pair of rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the natural colored border Leicester show for fall Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 128. Gage Sather of Bumpass, Virginia, with Echo 2510 Kinney. Second place to 129, also Gage Sather, with Echo 2501 Kevin. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class for the Pole Dorset Show. First place to entry 212, Men and Livestock 5393, Madeline Crouch, Springville, Indiana. Second place to 195, Tenant Livestock 2504 ET, Brooklyn Hodep, Jonesboro, Indiana. Third place to 192, Thomas Vandeventer, Carmargo, Illinois. Fourth place to 208, Reagan Barlow, Summerfield, Florida. And 5 to entry number 203, Brianna Fisher, Holiday, Tennessee.
Good set of natural colored bordered rams here in our ram lamb class. The ram we use here to help us start off the class is the one that's just got the most amount of power and mass throughout the center of his skeleton. One that's long enough loined. He's certainly the thickest and widest loin. I think he's got the most depth of loin in him as well. In terms of lock structure, that's right there where I want this breed to be. Got a good lock structure to it. Good consistency to that fleece, good in terms of its length as well. Just a really, really good, well-rounded ram for us to start the class off with. Nothing to take away from that ram there in second. He balances really well for me. I like him from his footwork from the ground up. Do appreciate him in terms of length of body, length of loin in him. He has the longest loin for us here in the class today. For me today, he just isn't nearly as structurally sound. He wants to hawk over on this far side leg ever so slightly. If we could get him smoothed up in his gait as he walks throughout the ring, certainly would have had him slid up there into that first place position. Ram here in third, one that's super long-sided and good from the profile. Appreciate the amount of mass throughout the center of his skeleton as well. I think he's got the most spring of rib of anyone in our class. He's got the longest loin in the class for us today. Unfortunately, he just tends to get a little bit too narrow across that top for me. As you start to open up that fleece, he wants to start cross-fibering as we start working throughout that fleece to that hind flank. The ram that we have here in fourth, one that's very tall and elevated in terms of his skeleton. I like the way that he runs out through his front end here for us today. One that does have plenty of power and mass throughout the center of his skeleton. One that's just a little bit more unbalanced than the rest ahead of him today. He tends to want to run downhill ever so slightly. I'd like to balance him out across the top to get him around any further. Ram that we have here in fifth that helps us round out the class. One that's really good. He's just very plain in terms of his design. That's quite all right for me today. He just lacks in overall muscularity. We don't have near that mass and power in that hind quarters we see in those rams ahead of us today, but a fleece on him that's really, really nice. I like the softness. I like the subtleness of the touch. One that we can appreciate from that standpoint. Nice job.
Placing on the natural colored Border Leicester Junior Show, first place in the early class of spring ram lambs goes to entry 134, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio, with J. Baird 25012. Second place to 136, Elizabeth Handlin, Bear, Delaware, with Handlin 2503, DeCentra. Third place to 131, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. 4 to 132, Sophia Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. And 5 to 130, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland.
structured. Very, very good in terms of her side profile. Props up exceptionally well. Very good in terms of handling quality behind her shoulder. It's just as you step in behind the sheep of these top four, that's the plainest pinned one that just needs more punch from behind. But boy, you take her from her hooks forward or her loin forward, there's a lot of good in that particular sheep. Wide-chested, bull-bodied, good proportioned sheep that comes in 5, gets around the ring well, and is good in terms of her structure. That's how she precedes some of these that sit against the fence. Unfortunately, she's a little heavier condition, maybe showing the effects of age just a little bit more as we get later into the show career here. Need to be leaned up and just freshened up to get further up. Congratulations. Nice class, ladies.
Placing on the Slickshorn January ewe lamb class, the fourth of those classes. First place goes to entry number 188, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, MI 1269. Second place to entry number 172, also Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, MI 1269 25053. Third place to entry number 178, Lauren Heft, Delavan, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 192, TK Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. And fifth place to entry number 181, Allison Cords, Charlotte, Michigan.
pretty close pair here in the top end for our Border Leicesters on the natural colored side. I think you could flop these either direction that you'd like. Two bucks that are stamped very, very similarly. For me today, I'm going to use the one that's just a bit heavier bone and the one that's a bit structurally correct from the ground up. The buck that we use here in the first place position is one that's just a bit more square off those hind legs for me today. One that does carry a fair bit of masculinity and muscularity throughout the center of his body. I'll admit he's a little bit on the taller side. I'd like to slam him down a couple of inches, but that's being critical of a nice ram to put us there in that first place position. You take a look at his fleece, it's really consistent. I like the crimp, I like the structure on him. I'd like to add a splash more lanolin to that fleece to get it a bit more lustrous, but a good one to get us there in that first place position. Nothing to take away from that ram there in two. One that mimics or follows that first place one really, really easily in my mind. One that's just as long-bodied, long spine. Both of them have good top ends on them as well. The thing that sets 1 and 2 apart is going to be that hind hock set. If we could get those hocks a little bit straighter off this guy here in the second place hole and get him a little bit more sound on the movement, I think he'd easily be able to slip up around that guy in that first place position. My problem ram's the one here in third, one that's just big, bold, and rugged, one that's got a lot of power to him, probably has the most mass and capacity to him. For me, he's just a little bit more coarse in his design. He isn't as fluid in terms of his movement. He's a little bit outside of his skeleton as he rolls throughout the ring. As we come here into the ram in fourth, one that's a bit plainer in terms of his design. I like his footwork. I like his bone work. I think his angles are just where we want him to be. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like him to run out of the front end a little bit more smoothly than what he does for us today. You take a look at his fleece. I think it's good length, just a little bit past prime for me today. He tends to cross fiber on us as we work throughout it. Ram here in our fifth place hole, one that we do appreciate from a profile standpoint. He's the one that's our longest bodied, longest spine guy here for us in the class. He's probably the one that's got our biggest rack shape to us today, but unfortunately, when you look at him from up top, he just doesn't balance near as well. He's a little bit sharper on the edges as we handle him from the top and just isn't near as square as the rest of the rams ahead of him today. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Results on the Pole Dorset Slickshorn Intermediate Winter ewe lamb class. First place goes to entry 177, Brian Shearer of Shreve, Ohio, with Shell House Livestock Company 25083. Second to Harper Nichols with Nichols Sheep Farm W2525. Harper is from Jerseyville, Illinois. Third place to entry number 269, Samantha Williams, Mabel, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry number 172, Lauren Brown, Mulberry, Indiana. And fifth place to entry 180, Nash Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the natural colored spring ram lamb class for the Border Leicesters. First place to 141, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio, with Campbell 8-4-0-0-0-0-32-70-25. Second place to 137, Rowan Week, Overlook Manor Farm of 6663. Rowan is from Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third place to 142, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Fourth place to 144, Greg Sather, Bumpus, Virginia. And 5 to 138, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware.
A nice set of natural colored Border Leicester Rams out here to represent the show. I think all 6 of these guys are certainly well deserving of the opportunity to catch one of these banners, but in my mind, there's just 2 bucks out here that excel themselves to the top in terms of overall muscularity and being able to get the job done for me at home and for these breeders as well. So with that being said, we'll get off here and shake the hand of your Grand Reserve.
Congratulations, great class there.
Placing on the early class of Slickshore February ewe lambs for the National Hampshire Junior Show. First place in that class went to entry 312, Ohio 81638651, Anara Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio. Second place to entry number 298, Terradice 25061U, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third place to 307, Jackson Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 299, Braylon Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And fifth to 310, Isabella Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana.
Another nice, good drive here with our natural colored border Leicester yearling ewes, and one that's really, really deep in terms of its quality. I think we've got a really nice selection here in our top 5, and I mean, any given day, I think you could swap these for one or another, but the ewe that we use for us today is just the one in my mind that's dialed in right at the right time. Her fleece is on point. I like the luster. I like how well it's carrying throughout the length of the body on that individual herself. I love the carcass that's underneath the hide on this thing. She's got a lot of springer rib to her. She's got some rack shape. She's got some loin shape to her. She is going to be our longer loined individual in our top 2 as well. Just a nice one to start us off with. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in our second place position. A little bit more shorter in terms of her stature and her size, and I like that. She's really, really good from the profile. Love the depth of body on this female as well. Unfortunately for me today, she just gets a little short-sided, a little short-saddled for me to get across the finish line ahead of that longer-bodied female for us here today. In terms of fleece and fleece quality, I think I like hers just a little bit better. I like the lock structure on it. I like the design and character of that fleece ever so slightly more. The ewe that we've got here in third, really, really cool and attractive, flashy from the side. That jet black fleece just really sets her apart. She's definitely a nice profiling, silhouetting type of ewe for us here today. Unfortunately for me, she's the shortest spined and shortest loined animal for us here evaluating in the top 5. As you start taking a look at her fleece, it's the right consistency in terms of the characters and the lock structure that I'm looking for. Just a little bit past prime. I'd like a little bit more luster in there as well. The female that we have here in fourth, one that's the longer bodied female here in our top lineup, one that's just got a lot of power up in the top end of that skeleton. Unfortunately for me today, she's the one that's carrying the most condition. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to pick that chest floor up. I'd like to lengthen that neck out to get her a bit more balance and get her a bit more smooth off those hind legs. The ewe that we use here in fifth is a really, really neatly designed type of female. She's very attractive from the standpoint of a nice job of getting that fleece ready and prepared for us. I like the lock structure. I like the design of that fleece. It's really, really consistent from front to rear. Unfortunately for me today, from a structural standpoint, she just isn't able to get it done. She gets a little too straight off of those hind legs. She wants to raise that rump up into the air. If we could get her to run uphill and get her balanced across that top end, I think she could easily slide up a couple positions for me today. A nice set of ewes here. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
Placing on the Border Leicester class of natural colored yearling ewes, first place to entry 156. Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 6432, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Second place to entry 162, Echo, 2402, Indy. Caitlin Malling, Cape Nedick, Maine. Third to entry number 150, Sophia Kinney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Fourth place to 154, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Fifth place to entry 155, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas.
Puts a lot of stuff together in a high-quality package. She's not the trendiest shaped one or the most out there one, but what she is sound structured, very, very good in terms of her body shape, and just really, really flat in terms of her top line and her back. I love the handling quality of the young man's sheep that comes out in second, and he does a whale of a job getting that one shown. Very, very good in terms of just how that one's front end comes out of her. I love her in terms of her handling quality down her top line. She handles like an absolute rock. She's big out of her hip. Again, one that I don't know that matches quite the same just roundness of body shape or just niftiness in terms of just her bottom line compared to that one that we lead off with, but certainly one handling qualities in her favor, touch is in her favor. Just need to make her just a little bit better as we get off to the side of her to beat that one up front. The one that comes out in third, I love the bottom part of her skeleton, really, really big in terms of her feet and her feature. That's a sheep that if we could make just a little bit longer bodied, I think she's a contender. One that gets just a little shorter, and surprisingly, as you step to handle that one, she's just a little hotter to the touch and just a little softer as you get your hands on her. Just needs to be firmed up from a handling quality perspective. Big high-performing ewe that comes out in four that just never really got comfortable out here. She's maybe just one that wants to fight the front end. I don't read her necessarily upright in her blade, but her neck just needs to be a little bit freer and smoother in terms of how she sends it out of the top side of her shoulder. She's very robust. She's very wide-backed and very big from behind. Just needs to be more comfortable out here and more comfortable as we get out on the go. I like a lot about the sheep that sits down in fifth, and surprisingly, she handles with more muscularity than you would expect from the outside. Young man does a good job getting her shown, getting the front end out of her. Unfortunately, as you step in behind the sheep, that's where she sits fifth in this class. Just a plainer pinned one that just gets a little bit narrower as we step in behind them. Just needs more punch there as we step in behind that sheep. Congratulations. Really good class. Fun class there.
A single entry over here with our Border Lessers in our fall Hume class. I really wish we had some more competition because she's a nice ewe. As you take a look at her, she's got plenty of power. She's got plenty of body, spring of rib, everything that you're looking for a brood female. The thing that impresses me the most about her is that fleece. Really, really high quality, high yielding type of fleece. Very dense, very a lot of luster to it as well. Good character, good structure. Congratulations to these young men.
Placing on the Pole Dorset late Slickshorn Winter Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 156. Dyer Club Lambs K476. Grayson Bell, Medill, Oklahoma. Second to 160. AAA Showstock 0095. Pearl, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana. Third to 155. Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. 4 to entry 164, Brady Miller, Lafayette, Indiana. And fifth to 153, Colby Dietz, Seymour, Illinois. Placing on the class of Slickshorn February ewe lambs, that's the intermediate class for the Hampshire show. First place to entry number 275. 25-087, Parker Wheaton, Caledonia, Michigan. Second to 279, Menon, IN 49-5402, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to 281, Carly Buchanan, Staunton, Virginia. Fourth place to entry 284, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. And 5 to 293, Garrett Might, Avalon, Wisconsin. Placing on the Border Leicester show for the natural color fall ewe lamb, first to 163, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland.
An easy sorting class here with our Border Leicesters. The ewe that we'll start off with is the one that's just most fluid and the one that is most structurally correct in terms of her skeletal makeup and design. Really like this female from a carcass standpoint. I think she's got a ton of power and mass throughout that top end. Love how level she is across that top. You take a look at her fleece. She's got that coarseness. She's got that luster. She's got all of those things that we're looking for in a border lesser fleece. We're going to use this younger, greener ewe lamb here in our second place position. One that's got a lot of length of loin, length of body to her. She's got a fair bit of rib shape to her as well. For me today, you just get outpowered by the female that's ahead of you. But in reality, I think you've got a really, really good fleece. One that we appreciate for the color. It's a very good, stark, drastic color as you open it up and take a look at some of those fibers. A nice, big, powerful, rugged type of female that we'll use to round out the class here in third. A one that's probably got the longest hind saddle. She's got the most mass and power throughout that hind leg. For me today, just aren't as smooth and fluid as you roll throughout the ring. Tends to get a little soft-footed for us as she rolls throughout, but a nice set of females. Congratulations.
Placing on the Border Leicester Natural Colored January ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 164. Hanlon 2504 Daffodil. Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Second place to 166. Aretta S501 Sophia Keeney, Waukesha, Wisconsin. Third to 165 Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. Placing on the Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class,
Another good set of females out here for our natural colored Border Leicester drive. The female that we'll use here is the one that just puts all the parts and pieces together the best for me today. This female here has a lot of body, has a lot of power and capacity throughout the top end of her skeleton. You take a look at her fleece, it just handles really, really nice. It's soft and subtle to the touch, yet still has a lot of that luster, a lot of those characteristics that we're looking for. Just a really, really good female to help us start the drive. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in our second place position. One that's a little bit shorter in terms of his stature. I'm quite all right with that. I like those efficient types of animals myself. For me, she just doesn't balance near as well from the profile. If we could change ever so slightly, we'd like to pick that chest floor up a bit. But really, when we take a look at this female here from a fleece standpoint, she's a little bit more coarse. I do like that about her. I'd like to have a little bit more luster to her as well to get across the line ahead of that ewe today. The ewe that we have here in third, she's the one that's different in this lineup for me today. She's the one that's a bit more sleek in terms of her overall makeup and her design. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to actually give her a shot more rib, give her a little bit more depth of flank to her. But she's put together really, really nicely for a Border Leicester ewe. One that has a long top end into her. She's got a wide top to her as well. She's just super, super green. You take a look at her fleece, it handles really, really well. It's one of our highest yielding fleeces in the class for us here today. You come into our ewe here in fourth, one that we like and appreciate for the darkness and starkness of that fleece. One that has a boldness of crimp. I really, really like that ewe. That's why we kept her out here in this top end position. But for me today, she just lacks an overall structural correctness. She tends to be a little bit more narrow base. She wants to hold those rear legs up underneath of her. We also would like to give her a shot more muscle up in that top end. The female that we use here in fifth to round out the class is a really, really nice one in terms of her maternal attributes. I think she's got a ton of body, a ton of rib to her. Like her from that standpoint. You get behind her, she's super broad and really wide, but unfortunately for me today, she's the one that has the shorter loin and just doesn't have enough power in that hind end to get her around those ewes ahead of her today.
placing of the natural colored Border Leicester February ewe lamb class, first place to entry 170. Jay Baird, 25022, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second place to entry 173. Handlin, 2507. Delilah Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Third place to 168. Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Fourth place to 171, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. And 5 to 169, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio.
stallion classes down there in 5. Big-footed, heavy-structured, wide-built, muscular, and very, very stout. Get off to the side of these sheep, and that's where she sits in 5th. She's just a little bit more compact, a little rounder, and just a little bit shorter as we work up to her front end. Congratulations to those 5 really high-quality classes.
Placing on the early Slick Shorn Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Pole Dorsets. First place goes to 265. Stillwell 25083, Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Second place to 259, Leader 0844, Ava Leader, Crawfordsville, Indiana. Third to 258, Taylor Workman, Springfield, Ohio. 4 to 262, Claire Harris, Jacksonville, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 255, Hayden Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Placing on the late class of Slick Shorn February ewe lambs for the Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 265, Beckmeyer Brothers, 2533, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Second place to 262, AC 25-024, Clark Coyle, Danville, Kentucky. Third place to 257, Grayson Poe, Trafalgar, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 267, Brian Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to 268, Briar Buckland, Huntington, Indiana.
Another quality set of females here on our natural colored Border Leicester Drive. The female that we use here for us is the one that just profiles the best for me today. You get a handle on her. She's long-bodied. She's long-spined. She's good in her rack shape. She just has a lot of muscularity to her. Really, really appreciate her from that standpoint. You crack open that fleece, one that has some good handle to it, one that's got some good length of fiber to it, and has some good luster as well. Really, the thing that excels this female to the top is structural correctness. She's got all of her feet pointing in the right direction and just very sound and smooth as she rolls throughout the ring. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in second. One that's a little bit more rugged and bold in terms of her power, her structure, and her makeup. Really, really like her and appreciate her from that standpoint. Again, as we compare A to B, this ewe just isn't nearly as structurally sound. She wants to toe out on the front end ever so slightly for me. I'd like to get her stretched out a rib or two as well to get around that ewe ahead of her today. Female here in third is just a really, really unique one. I really appreciate the uniqueness of the fleece here. We've got a dark fleece on the outside. You crack it open, it's that nice, bright, silvery kind of fleece on the underside itself. I like the lock structure on it. I like the density of fleece on this female as well. Unfortunately for me today, she just simply gets outpowered. We'd like to have a little bit more top end into her to get her to slide up any further. The ewe that we have here in fourth, one that we do appreciate for her maternal attributes. I think she's really big and rugged. She's stout. She's very square throughout that front and center of her body. As we take a look at her from the profile, she just tends to get a little scrunched up on me. I'd like to get her lengthened out ever so slightly, get her trimmed up throughout that front end. You take a look at her fleece, it's a very, very unique fleece, one that has a lot of value in the spinning market, but for the Lesters of what I'm trying to shoot and look for, she tends to get a little bit too fine for me today. You get into the ewe here in fifth, one that's really, really cool in her skeleton and her design. She's up fronted, she's up headed, she's dead level across the top. For me, she just lacks an overall power. She just has a little bit less of a leg to her. We'd like to have a little bit more fleece to evaluate today, but a nice set of females here for us. Congratulations.
Results from the natural colored border Leicester class of March and later born ewe lambs. First place to entry 178. Campbell, 84, 25, 75, 735. Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Second place to 177. Week, Overlook Manor Farm, 25117. Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. Third to 179, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Fourth place to 175, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. And 5 to entry 176, Roman Yard, Watauga, Illinois.
mobility in terms of her hock and hind leg placement. The one that comes out in 3 is as neat built as any of them in this particular class on the standstill. She has got the big fuzzies down low. She is round-bodied and really wild in terms of the shallowness of her front end. Big in terms of her back, big from behind, all of those things on the standstill. You can propel her further forward if that's your prerogative. We get them in motion. I think she just needs to get out and flow just a little bit better in terms of length of hip, stride of her hind leg, and mobility as she plants and goes. The one that comes out in 4, really good in terms of handling quality. Young man does a good job getting that one shown. I like her a good deal in terms of her loin edge, in terms of the edge of her top line. And she is square and stout from behind. It's from the side that she gets just a little plainer than some of those that precede her. Need to hook her loin just a little bit more correctly back into her hip as she transitions into her rear third. Big, extended, really good-looking one that'll be fun to feed on as that one matures into a yearling next year. I think the basics are there. She's just a little skinnier as we study her out here. Really good in terms of her balance. Just needs to be a little bit more sheath there in terms of chest width and forerib shape as we try to move her further up in this class. Congratulations.
Well, certainly been a pleasure to sort through these long wools, and I realize we've got some more coming out later today. But I think between the Lincolns and the Border Leicesters, the quality and the depth and the number of exhibitors are here have increased significantly. So big kudos to our exhibitors and doing a really nice job bringing some high-quality individuals out here for us today. When we take a look at these natural-colored females on the Border Leicester side, I think we found some good ones in terms of breed character. I think in terms of structural correctness, I think some that have got a ton of body and a lot of power yet remain feminine enough. I think there's just, in my mind, a couple of females out here that put the package together really nice, put the bow on top of that package, has a good fleece to them as well. So with that being said, we'll get off here and shake the hands of your champions.
Placing on the Border Leicester natural colored pair of ewe lamb class, first place went to Alyssa White of Lower Salem, Ohio. Second to Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Third, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. Fourth place, Brianna Moeller. And fifth, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland. For our natural colored Border Leicester show, our champion ewe came out of the February class. Entry 170, Josie Baird of Canfield, Ohio, and Jay Baird 25022. The reserve champion came from the fall ewe lamb class, entry 163, Rowan Week, Chevy Chase, Maryland, with Week Overlook Manor Farm 6550. Placing on the intermediate Slickshorn Spring ewe lamb class for the Pole Dorsets, first place went to entry 244, Emery Yoho, Silver Smith 2593. Emery's from Yates Center, Kansas. Second place to entry 239, Cole and Kendall Ellerbrock, P15. Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois. Third place to 249, Riker Beckmeyer, Morrisonville, Illinois. Fourth place to 246, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin. And fifth place to entry number 240, Adeline Poff, Norwalk, Wisconsin. placing on the early March ewe lamb class for the Slickshorn Hampshire Show. First place goes to entry number 345, Capo 3036, Jude Parker, Franklin, Indiana. Second place to CBSS MIC 14270-482, Charles Smith, Brown City, Michigan. Third to entry 354, Tyson Black, Lafayette, Tennessee. Fourth place to entry 343, Garrett Might, Avalon, Wisconsin. And 5 to 348, Samantha Eberhardt, Carlisle, Indiana. From the natural colored border Leicester show, our best fleeced animal went to Rowan Week of Chevy Chase, Maryland, with the Fall Ewe Lamb Week Overlook Manor 6550. Placing on the Border Leicester Natural Colored Young Flock class, first place to entry 202, Josie Baird, Canfield, Ohio. Second to 207, Alyssa White, Lower Salem, Ohio. Third to Rowan Week of Chevy Chase, Maryland. Fourth place to 203, Elizabeth Hanlon, Bear, Delaware. And fifth to entry 204, Lauren Thompson, Woodville, Wisconsin. Placing on the class of late slick-shorn spring ewe lambs for the Pole Dorsets. First place to 234, Black Pearl Livestock 0044, Quinlan Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas. Second to 230, HSRD Livestock 22503, Miss Piggy, Savannah Artman, Rutledge, Georgia. Third to 235, Reagan Allen, Cheyenne, Wyoming. 4 to 232, Kaysen Slack, North Manchester, Indiana. And 5 to entry 223, Holden Beath, Rutledge, Georgia. placing on the class of Slickshorn March ewe lambs in the late division. First place, these are for the Hampshires. First place to entry 319. Johnson Family Showstock 25204, Wyatt Nixon, Delavan, Wisconsin. Second to 356. Rockin' J 25010, Wyatt Lang, Binger, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 339, Everett Mueller, Adele, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 329, Ava Wilson, Columbus, Wisconsin. And fifth place to 320, Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana. For our best-headed individuals from the Natural Colored Border Leicester show, our best-headed ram was exhibited by Elizabeth Hanlon on 2503, and the best-headed ewe by Lauren Thompson on 24112. Again, that does conclude our Border Leicester show. We are now ready for Natural Colored. Natural Colored. Again, the first class for the Natural Colored show is Senior Ram Lambs. In Ring C, we are running, showing for Junior Champion in the Slickshorn Hampshire ewe lambs. Again, Junior Champion for Hampshire Slickshorn is currently being shown in Ring C. In the Ring A, we're showing Dorset, Paul Dorset, Junior Champion as well. For our Slick Shorn Pole Dorset show, our junior champion ewe goes to entry 244 from the Slick Shorn Intermediate Spring Ewe Lamb class, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 2593. The reserve champion junior goes to entry 156 out of the late Slick Shorn Winter Ewe Lamb class, Grayson Bell. Middle Oklahoma with Dyer's Club Lambs K476.
Nice pair of rams here to help us start off our natural colored show. Two really big, rugged, powerful types of sheep, really, for us. And it's kind of a toss-up between the two, but for me, I'm going to go for the overall powerhouse of a ram to start off the class. This guy here just is the complete package. He's got a lot more rib to him. He's got a lot more shape. He's got certainly a longer loin and a deeper loin for us as well. When you take a look at him from behind and you handle him from behind, he certainly has a bit more depth to that rear leg than that ram does in that second place position. When you look at him from his fleece standpoint, very stunning once you get into it and start looking at it. Very consistent in terms of his length. I love the character of that fleece. I like the crimp pattern to that fleece. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to pick him up a little bit on that front end, but he is a big guy. He is a powerhouse of a type of ram. That's being pretty critical of a good one. The ram that we have here in second, nothing to take away from him. He's a really, really good, sound-footed, big-bone type of sheep as well. For me, he just gets outpowered. He gets a little bit more narrow across the top, and these guys certainly aren't narrow, but compared to a 1 to 2, he is the one that's a bit more narrow. From a structural standpoint, he wants to toe out ever so slightly off that front end. If we can get him straightened up and get a little bit more power and mass in that top end, I think we could get him slipped around that first place position.
Our grand champion, Slick Shorn Dorset ewe, was our junior champion ewe. That was entry 244 from the Slick Intermediate Spring Ewe Lamb class, Emery Yoho, Yates Center, Kansas, with Silversmith 2593. Reserve grand champion ewe was our junior reserve champion, entry 156 out of the Slick Late Winter Ewe Lamb class, Grayson Bell, Midal, Oklahoma, with Dyer Club Lambs K476. We're now ready. Oh, Pole Dorset State Flock will now take place. That consists of a ram, a yearling ewe, and 2 ewe lambs. Different exhibitors from the same state or can be the same region. They can be slicked or fitted. That is your next class, Dorset exhibitors. Pole Dorset State Flock is your next class. Placing on the natural colored senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 1, Kaylee Holleran of Waterloo, Illinois, with Walnut Grove 0135. Second place to entry 3, Sawyer Randolph, DeWitt, Missouri, with 24-69 Uptown Flash. For the Slickshorn Hampshire Show, our junior champion went to entry 210 out of the Class 3 Slickshorn January class. Jada Schroyer of DeGraff, Ohio, with 3.304. The reserve junior champion was the first place in Class 4 January ULAM, entry 188. Cole Ritter, Fortville, Indiana, with Wheaton, 25067. For our Pole Dorset show, our winning state flock is Ohio. Now ready to start our Horn Dorset show, we need fitted fall ram lambs into ring A.
really neat set of natural colored males out here for us to evaluate. We've got a lot of different styles and kinds. For me, the class winner for me is going to be that fine wool or that finer type of fleece on that brown type of ram there for us. Really, really impressive from a carcass standpoint, guys, and I think that's really, really important when we talk about the functionality and the application of these wool sheep in our industry as a whole. This guy's really, really impressive when you handle him from the top end. He's got a lot of shape in that rack. He's got some depth of loin. He's got some length of loin. The thing that sets him apart from number 2 there is he's got a lot more muscle throughout that hind twist, a lot of outer and inner bulge to that hind leg as well. I'm really, really impressed with that fleece. These guys have done a phenomenal job of keeping that thing in tip-top condition, one that's really subtle and soft to the touch, one that's got some good crimp, good consistency to it. Nothing to take away from that ram there in second. He's kind of our picturesque type of ram, the one that we really, really like from a profiling standpoint. He's super pretty. He's super sound as you watch him walk throughout the ring. When we compare A to B, he just gets a little bit more narrow across the top. We'd like to broaden him out throughout that chest. When we take a look at that fleece, it's enough length for us to take a look at. I just like to improve the consistency of that fleece. He's pretty consistent until we get to about that hind quarter there. He wants to start falling off in terms of consistency of fleece. The big ram that we'll use here in third, one that's just really big and bold and rugged. He's got a lot of bone. He's got a lot of power to him. He tends to get a little bit more soft-footed on us compared to our top 2 competitors today. I really like the amount of muscle in the top end on this guy. For me, he just isn't consistent enough in his fleece. He's really, really consistent when we look at him through the center end of his body, but when we move to the front and to the rear, he just tends to lack off in terms of overall consistency. Another pretty profiling ram here in fourth, one that we do appreciate from that standpoint. He's dead level across the top. I love how square he is on that rump himself, but when we look at him in terms of scale and size and muscularity and where they are at in today's show ring, he just lacks an overall muscling capability for me today. But a really, really nice one, a good handling fleece to him as well. Ram that we have here in fifth that rounds out the class for us, just the biggest and boldest and ruggedest type of ram here for us today. He's just not as balanced and smooth in terms of his carcass and his structure and his skeleton to get any higher today. Congratulations.
Next class for the Hampshire show is Young Flock, and then that'll be followed by Pair of Hampshires. Our grand champion, Slick Shorn, Hampshire, was our junior champion out of class 3 of our January ewe lambs. Jada Schroyer, DeGraff, Ohio, with 3.304. The reserve grand champion exhibited on the first place animal out of the class 2 yearling ewes. That's entry 107, Cole Ellerbrock, Atkinson, Illinois, with Ellerbrock 20422. Again, now ready for Young Flock. And that can be a mixture of slick and fitted, or all slick or all fitted. But we will show young flock and the pair class, and you can have those mixed, or you can have them as slick or as fitted, both of them.
Nice set of natural colored rams out here that that are being represented in this champion drive. I think all of them are very much deserving of this award. But as we were working through the classes, in my mind, there's two in here. They were a pair. They were pretty hard to split between one another. With that being said, our grand reserve will come from the younger class. Congratulations.
Placing on our junior Ram Lamb class for the natural colored show, first place went to entry 8, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with E. Anderson M2505. Second place to entry 6, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 1019, Medicine Man. Our champion natural colored ram was that first place junior Ram Lamb, entry 8, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri, with E. Anderson M2505. And our reserve grand champion ram was entry number 6, our second place junior Ram Lamb, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 1019, Medicine Man. The winner of the Hampshire Young Flock class receives their traveling trophy, and that goes to Samantha Eberhardt of Carlisle, Indiana. In this Hampshire pair class, it can be any two Hampshires, regardless of age or sex, as long as it's owned by one junior exhibitor. This will be a traveling trophy sponsored by the Krakow Hampshire Flock. Placing on the Horn Dorset junior or fitted fall Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 3, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. Second place to entry 1, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2505. Third place to entry 2, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. Placing on the Horn Dorset fitted winter Ram Lamb class for the National Junior Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 4, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, with Paul R. Castle, W 9206. The best pair of Hampshires goes to Clark Coyle of Danville, Kentucky. That does conclude our Hampshire show. We are ready for Shropshires. We do want to announce the random draw to have DNA drawn for the Shropshire Junior Show today. The Fall Ram Lambs, the first place animal. The January through February 15th Ram Lambs, fifth place animal. February 15th and later Ram Lambs class, 4th place animal. The yearling U class number 1 will be the 3rd place animal, and the yearling U class number 2, the 6th place animal. I've also been asked to read their special rules. All Shropshire entries are required to be slick shorn. Wool may be left below the knees and hocks and on the face and head from the poll forward. The remainder of the body is to be shorn to the skin within 5 days of the show date. No wool may be left above knees or hocks or on the belly or flanks. Any entry not adhering to these rules will be dismissed from the show ring. In essence, there are no second chances.
Really neat set of yearling ewes out here for our natural colored drive, and we'll start the class off with the trimmest female in the class for us today. One that I was just really impressed with as soon as I put a handle on her. She's really long in her make. She's deep in her loin. She's got enough shape and size to her as well. What really sets her apart is also her fleece. When you take a look at that fleece, very, very consistent from front to rear. I like the crimp characteristic in that ewe as well. A nice one to start us off with. We come into our ewe here in second, one that's just big, rugged, and powerful, one that's got a ton of capacity, a lot of spring of rib to her. She's just a tick shorter in overall length of loin for us here today. In terms of consistency, she just doesn't match it with her fleece as we compare her to that one there up in that top end position, but a nice set of ewes there to get us into 1 and 2. Female here in third, one that's really, really unique in terms of her design. I love the way that she's assembled from a skeletal standpoint. She's put together really, really nicely. One that is very fluid in terms of her movement, one that's wide at the base and tracks really, really well. Unfortunately, when you compare her to A and B, she gets a little shallow for me, but she's super balanced. She profiles really, really well. I love the crimp characteristic on that fleece. Just wish that there was a bit more sheep there to get around the folks ahead of you today. The female we have here in fourth, one that's a good broody type of female. She is our female that's carrying the most condition in our top lineup here for us, and that's why she slides on down the scale. But aside from that, she's one that's really, really sound-footed, one that's extremely square at the base. She's wide tracking as well. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd like to drop that rear flank a little bit to get her a bit more balance from a profile standpoint, but a nice carcass-oriented female there in fourth. The ewe that you use here in fifth to help us round out the class, one that's really flashy and attractive from the side. When you compare it to the others in the class, she's just a little shorter coupled in terms of length of body and length of loin. But when you take a look at that fleece, it's very, very clean. It's very consistent from front to rear. We just want to have a little bit more muscularity throughout that skeleton to bump her up the scale.
Placing on the yearling U class for the natural colored show. First place goes to entry 24, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Pines Inn natural colored 23-51, Believe. 2 to entry number 15, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2402. Third to entry 23, Laney Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. Fourth place to 22, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. And 5 to entry 25, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio. Placing on the Slick Shorn Horn Dorset Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 9, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 25:02. Second place to entry number 12, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 24:24. Third to entry 13, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. 4 to entry 8, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And 5 to entry number 6, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Shropshire National Junior Show, first place to entry 2, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Flanders, VIP 4314. Champion Ram for your National Horn Dorset show is our first place fitted Fall Ram Lamb, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 22. Reserve champion came out of this Slick Shorn Ram Lamb class, entry 9, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 25:02.
Another good set of natural colored yearling females. We'll start the class off with the female that's just super, super trim. She's lean, she's stylish, she's attractive from the profile. She handles really, really well. In my mind, this is the female that's got the highest yielding fleece as well. Just a very, very dense fleece, one that has a ton of consistency, a ton of character to it as well. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in our second place position. One that's probably got a bit more look and style to her from the profile. She certainly has a lot more depth of rib and spring of body to her. Unfortunately for me today, she tends to get a little bit less muscular on the top end of that skeleton. When we take a look at that fleece herself, she just isn't nearly as consistent as we would like her to be. But in terms of structural correctness, that one's pretty hard to beat. She's one that's really wide base and wide tracking as well. We'll use the really, really tall and flashy ewe here for our third place position. One that we do appreciate her for her length of spine, length of body. She profiles really, really well. I love how she balances her top end and her bottom end into that skeleton from that standpoint. Unfortunately for me, she wants to get a little bit narrow up front. She gets a little pinch shouldered. She is carrying a little bit more condition. So if we could trim up that front end, bring that chest and that brisket up ever so slightly, I think we could easily slide her up into that second place position. The ewe here in third, one that's just really, really pretty from the profile, one that's super sound and square from that top end of her skeleton, one that's really square off the end of her dock. I think this young lady's done a phenomenal job of getting her fitted for the show. One that has a fleece that's very soft and subtle, nice handle and nice touch to it. For me, as she was rolling throughout the ring, you tend to be a little shorter strided for me today. I'd like to elongate her stride. I'd like to get her a bit more smooth in terms of her function, and she'd be a good U to slide up a couple more positions. We use here in fifth to round out the class. One that's really, really good. She's a little bit more plain in her design. I like how structurally correct she is. When you take a look at her fleece, we're just past 5 o'clock. I think if we could open that fleece up a little bit more, if we could get more density and luster into that fleece, we could also slide her up the scale as well.
Placing on the natural colored yearling U class, first place goes to entry 17, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 0950, Spicy. Second place to entry 18, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Scotch Lane Farm, CT 580943, Tia. Third place to entry number 14, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to 14, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. And 5 to 16, Jamie Lynn Widman, Bel Air, Maryland. Placing on the fitted yearling U class for the National Junior Horn Dorset Show. First place to entry 18, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota with Gadsby, 23.97. Second place to entry 20, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana with Sink Paget, 2002. Third place to entry 17, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut. 4 to entry 16, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 19, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Placing on the class of early junior Ram Lambs for the National Shropshire Junior Show. First place to entry number 14, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana with KJB 2503. Second place to entry number 15, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois with City Limits 25021. Third place to entry 9, Brenna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to entry 17, Avery Vasco, Cambridge, Ohio. And fifth place to entry 4, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slickshorn yearling ewes, first to 21, Paige Minter, Brook, Indiana. Second place to entry 25, Brayley Kretz, Kmar, Maryland with BSF 750. Third place to 24, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio. Fourth place to 27, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to 22, John Altoff, Decker, Indiana.
buck that comes out in 4 there. Really like his length of body and his stoutness of feature. He comes in a few more pieces as you work down his top line. He just needs to be more comfortable and relaxed as he gets out on the go. The one that comes next in line, stout, powerful buck that's big body, little plainer in terms of his look, and he is the heaviest conditioned one in this particular set. Round out the set with a hard handling one that just needs to balance up a little bit better as we get him out here. Congratulations to those 6.
Placing on the Shropshire Late class of junior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 24, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25079, call sign. Second place to entry 23, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee, with Fritz 2516. Third place to 27, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to 29, Skylar Gillard, Zanesville, Ohio. And 5 to 22, Vivian Stephenson, Viroqua, Wisconsin.
Apologies for taking a little bit longer, but a really, really deep set of quality females for us to evaluate on the natural colored side. I think we've got 2 stellar individuals to start the class off here. For me, we're going to use the one that's a bit more balanced. She's got more power in her. She's got a bit more muscularity to her. She's the longer loined, longer topped female for us today. When you take a look at her from the profile, I think she balances just a tick better in terms of her lines, both on the top and the bottom. I really, really like this one's fleece as well. It's probably the denser fleece, the highest yielding fleece out of our top 2 pair. Has a lot of good crimp to it, has some good character to it. Nothing to take away from that female there in our second place position. One that is, again, very flashy and attractive from the profile. She does a nice job of getting that U presented extremely, extremely well. She's very fluid in terms of her movement. What separates 1 and 2 is the overall balance, and it's going to be in that front quarter or that front end assembly. She just gets a little bit too pinched up in that front end. She doesn't want to lay those feet out far enough in that front end compared to that top end U. But again, another female that's got a high value fleece on her as well. We come into our U here in third, one that's pretty flashy, attractive from the profile. I do like the way that she balances as well from that standpoint. But as we study her a little bit more, she is our finer bone female. She's the one that's a bit finer in terms of her muscle makeup as well. When you put a handle on her, you take a look at her fleece, just isn't nearly as consistent when we work from front to rear. Really like this ewe here in fourth, one that's just big and rugged and broody from that standpoint. Like her a lot. I like the way that she handles throughout her rack. I like the amount of muscularity that she has throughout that hind leg as well. For me, I'd really just like to get her balanced a little bit more on that top end. She tends to want to roach up a little too far. If we could get her straightened out on that top end, I think she could slide up another notch or two. The ewe that we use here in fifth, just a really big and broody type of female. A little bit more plain in her design. I'm quite all right with that. I think she's got a good fleece on her, and that's kind of why we've got her pulled out in this top 5 position. One that you really like from the standpoint of the handle to it. One that's very soft and lustrous from that standpoint as well. However, when we study her from the ground up, structurally, I'd like to correct her a little bit more on those front and rear wheels, but a nice set of females here. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause.
For the Shropshire Champion Ram goes to entry number 24 out of the late junior Ram Lamb class, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25079 call sign. The reserve champion was entry 14 out of the early junior Ram Lamb class, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB Buckland 2503. Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Natural Colored Show, first place to entry 42, Morgan Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 961, Bombshell. Second place to 41, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Pines Inn 2460, Maggie. Third place to entry 31, Olivia Porter, Ashcombe, Illinois. Fourth place to 36, Harper Amos, Rushville, Indiana. And 5 to 33, Jackson Stevens, Osgood, Indiana. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of fitted early fall ewe lambs, first place to Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2414. Second place to entry 30, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 21. Third to Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. And fourth to 28, Colton Rumel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. For our Horn Dorset show, our senior champion ewe went to the fitted yearling ewe class winner, Entry 18, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Gadsby 2397. The reserve champion for the senior division goes to our first place fitted early fall ewe lamb. Entry 31, Allison Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 2414.
Good set of ewe lambs here on our natural colored drive, and the ewe that we'll start off with here is the one that just profiles the best in my opinion. When you take a look at her from the side, the lines are straight, they're balanced, she's well put together. When you put a handle on this female, she's the one that's got the most power and muscle underneath of that hide. She's our longest spine, she's our longest loin female in the class for us today. I also believe that she's going to be the one that has the highest yielding fleece on her, just a lot more density to it as you handle it from front to rear. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in second. One that's very stylish and flashy from the profile as well. One that we do appreciate for her levelness of top. I do like how square and how fluid moving she is when she rolls throughout the ring. When we compare it to our class winner, she just gets a little bit shorter spine for me today. I'd like to get a shot more muscle up in that top end and improve the handle of that rack to get her up any higher today. The ewe that we have here in our third place position, one that I think fits here pretty well. Do like the profile on her. I like the squareness of base. I think she's wide base. She tracks really, really wide. She almost tracks a little bit too wide off those hind legs for me today. But one that just has a fleece that just isn't as high quality, high caliber, and high yielding as those females ahead of her today. Nothing wrong from a structural standpoint. We just want to shot more fleece into her to get her around those other two. Female here in our 4th place position. She's going to be our softest handling female for me today. One that we really like from the standpoint of her fleece. I think one that's very soft and subtle to the touch, very consistent as we work it from front to rear. I just question the amount of natural muscle that's under the hide. If we could get her trimmed up ever so slightly and drop that flank a little bit more to get her balance from the profile standpoint, she'd be a really, really good ewe as well. Female that we use here in our 5th place position, one that fits really well in my mind. She's a nice end cap for our class here, one that has a lot of power and mass to her. Unfortunately, just not enough. We'd like to have a shot more muscle, maybe another rib in her as well to get her a little bit more elongated from a profile standpoint, but does have a nice fleece, one that handles really, really well. Just would like a little bit more to it, a little bit more density to it as well. But a nice stellar set of females. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of early junior ewe lambs for the Natural Colored Show. First place to entry 56, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane 982, Psycho Killer. Second place to entry number 53, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2504. Third place, 55 was the entry number, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan. 4th to 58, Lainey Mendenhall, Sheridan, Indiana. And 5th to entry 59, Brooke Hershey, Wooster, Ohio.
perspective, she's bigger pinned and more impressive from behind than the one that precedes her. You set the two sheep in motion. She gets just a little tighter in the center of her top line, and I'd like to take her neck and just take it up and put it on the top side of her blade there just a little bit more correctly. Stout, basic build one that comes in third that I like a good deal about. She's wide-chested, bold-bodied, just doesn't come with quite the same look or extras as the ones that precede her in this class, but I do think that she's bold-bodied and stout and powerful. The one that's in four, tall and extended, has handling quality. Really like the front end design on that particular sheep. Get the sheep in motion. She's just a little longer pastern on her rear two. Probably needs pried apart in terms of her lower skeleton just a little bit. Big body, good bodied one that comes out in third. Good rib shape on that sheep. On the standstill, I think you can gravitate that one further up. You get the sheep in motion. She's just a little bit more vertical off of both ends and wants to be just a little bit more tentative in her movement. Needs to be more authoritative in her stride as she takes to the halter. Congratulations to those five. Nice set there.
Placing on the Horn Dorset class of late fall, fitted late fall ewe lambs. First place to entry 34. Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan in Body Bluffton, Ohio with ALAM 496. Second place to 36, Colton Rumel, Shardsville, Ohio with Rumel Family, Dorset's 335. Third place to Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, 4, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the Shropshire class of yearling ewes, Class 1. First place goes to entry number 54, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois, with Fritz Show Lambs, 2469, Shakira. Second place to entry number 56, Drake Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois, with Street, 2405. Third to entry 55, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana. 4 to 52, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to entry 60, Jaden Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois.
a really neat kind of ewe here to start off our natural colored ewe lamb class. But for me, in my opinion, one of them that just really works herself to the top quite easily. For as young as she is, certainly has a lot of power and mass into her. I love the rib shape on her. I like the way that her rack handles. I like the way that she handles all the way out through that hind end as well. You put a handle on that fleece, she's definitely the one that has the densest fleece, at least in the top end of this competition for us here today. One that's just really super sound and square. Hard to find a hole inside of that one. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in second. I think she's stamped very similarly to that ewe that's up ahead of her today. Very sound and level across the top. She's got a fair bit of rib shape to her as well. For me today, as you start handling that fleece, it just doesn't handle near as clean and fresh as that ewe does up ahead of us today. I see that there might be a line in there. I can't tell whether it's a break or not. I'd like to have a little bit more consistency with that fleece from the outer edge all the way down to the body wall. As we use this ewe here in third, one that I think fits really, really well for us here, one that's extremely well balanced. She's up-fronted, she's up-headed. Like the way that she's designed in terms of her skeleton. She's as free moving as anybody else in the ring for us here today. One that just gets a scotch short in terms of her hind saddle compared to those ewes that beat her today. As you take a look at her fleece, we just don't have the consistency from front to rear. I do like the character that we see in that center section of that rib, but as we work from side to side, we just don't see the consistency throughout. Folks, I tell you what, look in if you're looking for a finer type of fleece. This is a really, really nice ewe to get the job done for you. Typically not a fan of the brown or colored, but that's a really, really nice one. That ewe there would change my mind on a brown fleece. One that's just really, really nice in terms of her structure and her design. I like how square she is off of that hind set. As we look at her from the skeletal standpoint in that front end assembly, she tends to toe out on that left side ever so slightly. I'd like to get her straightened up from that standpoint. As you take a look at her fleece, very phenomenal, very nice in terms of its handle and its touch. I'd just like to see a little bit more there for how fine that fleece is. I'd like a little bit more density to push her up ahead into that third place position. Nice ewe here that we have in fifth, one that we really, really like in terms of her profile and her stance. One that, again, is free moving as she walks throughout the ring. As we compare it to the others in the class, she just tends to get a little pinched up in that front end assembly for us today. She wants to slope a little bit off onto that rump, but these ladies have done a nice job of getting her stuck and getting her exhibited. A nice set of natural colored females. Congratulations to all.
Placing on the late junior ewe lamb class for the natural colored show. First place goes to entry 49, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane, 1002, Hope. Second place to 47, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with Scotch Lane, 1004, Wildfire. Third, to entry number 45, Dylan Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth place to 51, Emily Anderson, Grant City, Missouri. And 5 to 52, Logan Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Placing on the light class of yearling ewes for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 37, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with city limits 24102. Second place to entry number 41, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 24087. Third place to entry number 47, Brina Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. Fourth place to 38, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fifth place to entry number 50, Troy Weber, Loudonville, Ohio. Placing on the Horn Dorset class of Slick Shorn Fall Ewe Lambs, first place to entry 44, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Paul R. Castle, W9092. Second place to entry number 40, Rain Gallagher, Boswell, Indiana, with Gadsby 2470. Third place to entry 43, Brinley Kreitz, Kmar, Maryland. Fourth place to entry 39, Paige Minter, Brooke, Indiana. And 5 to 47, Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio.
Let's give a nice big round of applause to our nitro-colored exhibitors out here. I think they've done a phenomenal job bringing us a good quality set of females out here, and the depth of quality has been immense throughout our classes here today. Certainly the most challenging final drive of my day here on the wool side judging, but I tell you what, folks, if you don't have the opportunity, I encourage you to do so. They're majestic creatures, no doubt about that. They profile, they look pretty, but I tell you what, there is a ton of muscle underneath of these females that we've got in the top end. They've got some shape, and they've got some value to them both on the wool side and on the carcass side, and that's something that's really hard to do, but these exhibitors have done a nice job of doing so. In my mind, all of these exhibitors here deserve some honors to some regard, and that's certainly why they're here on the top end. In my mind, there's two in here that are just really good. I'll go out here and shake the hands of your champions.
For our natural colored show, our champion U goes to entry number 42 out of the senior U Lamb class, Morgan Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Scotch Lane Bombshell, 961. Reserve champion was entry 41, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Pines Inn, 2460, Maggie.
no doubt in my mind. Boy, this one's good. She moves about the ring free and easy. Super good in terms of running uphill. She's extended. She looks like a horn Dorset female. And then you get your hands on her. She is big top, really round in terms of her rib. I just think a really, really good place for him to start. We come to a U here in a second. One that, again, you put your hands on her, big top, and then she's wide in terms of her rib. Comes back. She's got a big stifler and a great upper hip. One that maybe just not quite as clean and tough to the front end as what we're seeing in that class winner. But again, really wide base type of a sheep. The sheep coming here in 3 is maybe a notch more basic in its overall skeletal makeup. But with that being said, such a big top in this one. Really round about its rib shape. Moves free and easy enough. And I think in this class, it just gets us drawn up into just the overall mass. The next young man sheep out here, one that's really chewed on its spine and comes back to her wide hip. One that's really robust in terms of its rib shape out here. Like the way it lays its blade into its forearrib. One that balances well from the sides. One that when we analyze them compared to the ones directly ahead, just not quite as cool in the front end assembly as what we're seeing in the top. We come to the sheep coming next. Again, really extended type of an animal. One you really appreciate for the length of body as well. With that being said, when we put our hands on it, there's just not as much natural seat there. We like to make it a notch wider. The sheep here that has given me difficulty comes next. The young lady is bringing one out that is just fit as a nine. I like the bone work. I like the look of that sheep off the side, just in terms of extension and overall length of body. That being said, when we analyze this one up through the front or get in behind it, it's the narrowest out here. It just closes up too much at the surface for me. We need to go ahead and just open that one up at its base to go ahead and be able to use. But boy, that one is a really good looking sheep off the side. Rounding out the class again, like I said, not really a bad one in the class. This one's still got some rib shape and some top shape. Maybe just a notch coarser through the front end of its assembly for me out here. But I think we're just getting critical. I took a great group of sheep all the way down. Let's send them out with a round of applause.
Our best fleeced animal in the natural colored show went to entry number 42, Morgan Symes, Scotch Lane 0961, Bombshell, out of the Fall Ewe Lamb class. Morgan is from South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Shropshire Show, first place to entry 75, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Flanders VIP 4320. Second place to entry number 65, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 24105. Third place to entry 71, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Fourth place to entry 70, Sydney Peterson, Claypool, Indiana. Fifth place to entry number 66, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the winter ewe lamb fitted for the Horn Dorsets, first place to entry 49, Madeline Syme, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 27. Second to 53, Ty Smith, Stewartson, Illinois, with Smith 2513. Third to 54, Parker Reese, Chesterland, Ohio. Fourth to 48, Colton Rummel, Sherrodsville, Ohio. And 5 to 51, Caden Murphy, Plymouth, Indiana.
A good way to start off our Cordale show here, and we've got some stellar, stout, heavy muscle, big-powered bucks to start us off with. The ram we'll use here in our first place position encompasses all of that and a bit more. We really like him from his top end shape. I think he's got a lot of rib shape, a lot of style in that front end to him. I really, really like this ram's fleece, and that's what kind of excels him to the top end of the class. I love the length. I like the crimp. I like the structure. It's just a nice fleece that's been well maintained. Congratulations. Nothing to take away from that ram there in our second place position. One that we may like from the profile a little bit better. He's probably fitted up a little bit better. I like the way that he's put together in terms of his skeleton. For me today, we just don't have enough fleece for us. I'd like to see that fleece a little bit longer. I want to see a bit more character, a bit more structure to that fleece as we work it from front to rear. Nice ram here in third that helps us round out the class. I tell you what, a nice traditional Cordale type of fleece here. One that's got that big, bold lock structure to it. One that's really, really nice in terms of his feet and his legs. I just think he's a little bit behind in terms of his sexual maturity. I'd like to get him cleaned up throughout the center of his body, get a bit more mass to him, but a nice set of Cordale rams to start our show. Congratulations.
And I think a really good set of sheep that cover the bases. structure and combining some stoutness and power, needs to follow up in reserve. I'll get you a champion in reserve in the senior lineup here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Over here on your Horndorfer side, I think two really nice ewes. That being said, I think we have one that follows the type and kind that I'm looking for out here today, just in terms of overall completeness. One that's so good down her top, one that balances up really well from the side. You analyze her, she's good about the front end structure and assembly. One that's got some extension up there, and she's really thick down her top as well. You set her into motion, that's the main advantage she has. She stays really true, really wide, just a really handy kind of a place to start with. And again, I like the breed type about that one a great deal. We come to a large frame you here in a second, one you appreciate for that added length of side and added grow that she has. One today that if we were going to change her, I'd like to make her sounder about her feet, and when we set her into motion, just move just a notch freer. But I think two really nice ewes. Congratulations.
Placing on the fitted spring ewe lamb class for the Horn Dorsets. First place goes to entry number 55, Caitlin Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana, with Sink Paget 2075. Second place to Campbell Reese, Chesterland, Ohio, on entry 56, with Paul Harcastle W 9215. Placing on the Corriedale class of senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2433. Second place to entry 2, Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2420. And third to entry 1, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio. For our Shropshire show, our senior champion ewe went to our senior ewe lamb class winner, entry 75, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee, with Flanders VIP 4320. The reserve senior champion was our class 2 winner of the yearling ewes, entry number 37, Kenyon Buckland, Huntington, Indiana, with city limits 24102.
Another good set of Corriedale Rams out here. Wish we had some more to evaluate, but we've still got some quality here to take a look at. Ram here in first easily wins the class in my mind. One that's just really balanced and level across the top. Got a ton of power, got a lot of carcass to him as well. Really, really like this Rams fleece. That's what excels him to that top end there. He's got that traditional Corriedale fleece that we're aiming for. He's got that big lock structure, that boldness to that structure as well. Just a nice one to start us off with. Ram we have here in second, one that's a bit more traditional in terms of his breed character, and we appreciate him for that. I like the way that he's put together from a skeletal standpoint as well. One that's probably a scotch longer in terms of length of loin. For me today, there's a couple structural issues with him that doesn't allow him to get across the finish line in the first place position. When we come here into our third and our fourth place position Rams, number 3 here, one that's probably the biggest and stoutest made. He's got a lot of bone. He's big-footed for us. Unfortunately, he's just a little bit more coarser in his design. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to lay that neck into that shoulder a little bit more cleanly. I'd like a little bit more density of fleece to him as well and get some structure into that fleece. Ram here in fourth is a nice commercial-oriented type of animal. Like the amount of muscle that he carries throughout the center of his body. For me today, I just want a bit more character, a bit more structure and design to that fleece to help him bump up further in the class.
Placing on the Junior Ram Lamb class for the National Corriedale Junior Show, first place to entry 8, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 25-13. Second to entry 6, Carter Heberhausen, Republic, Ohio, with Heb 9-6-3. Third to entry number 7, Camden Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio, with BAH 0099. And fourth place to entry 5, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
Unfortunately, just a bit of a small showing for our Cordell Rams here, but I think a good couple classes for us to be able to sort through. We had a lot of power. We had a lot of good qualities from that breed, from that standpoint. In my mind, there's two easy winners for us today for Grand and Reserve. There's a couple bucks in here that are just really high caliber in terms of their quality, in terms of their muscularity, their design, their structure, and a couple of them in here that just have some stellar fleeces on them. With that being said, I'll get off here and shake the hands of your champions.
For the National Cordell Junior Show, our champion ram is our senior Ram Lamb class winner. Entry number 3, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2433. The reserve champion was first in the junior Ram Lamb class. Entry number 8, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2513. We're now ready to show yearling ewes. Placing on the class of January ewe lambs. Early January ewe lambs for the National Shropshire Junior Show. First place to entry 116, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, with Buckham Farms B5023ET. Second place to 120, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with City Limits 25003. Third place to entry number 102, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 118, Brianna Moeller, Orient, Ohio. And fifth place to 104, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma.
A good set of yearling ewes to help us start off our Cordell female show. The female ewes here, and again, guys, this comes down to trimness when we're talking about females this stage of the game. We've got a female out here that's just super lean. She's super trim, but also has a ton of power and muscle underneath that hide, and one that we really appreciate her from that standpoint. She may not be the biggest, she may not be the flashiest, but I think she's the one that's the most balanced in my mind. I love the fleece on this female as well. One that's just really, really consistent from front to rear. I like the boldness of the crimp structure on her. Just a really nice female that you can't find much wrong with. We come into that second place position. Nothing to take away from her. I think she's got a bit more spring of rib. She might have a little bit more body than our class winner for us today. She just doesn't balance near as well for me. I'd like to get that front end up. I'd like to get her extended throughout that front end. But she does have a nice, bold crimp to her fleece as well. One that's just really nice for that second place position. The ewe here in our third place hold, that's kind of my problem ewe. I really, really wanted to use to push her to the front. For me, she's just carrying way too much condition throughout that front quarter of her body. As you put a handle on her, she's got a ton of shape and ton of size to her. I just question how much of that is being attributed to the cover that she's carrying on herself. But a really, really unique kind of fleece on this female. For me today, it's just a little bit too fine, but I think it's a high value fleece, one that's going to have some quality and have some value from a monetary standpoint. I like the ewe here in fourth as well, probably our longer spined and longest bodied female, one that really balances well from top and bottom. For me, she is the female that's carrying the most condition in our class today. There's a couple other structural things we'd like to fix about her to get her to slide up the scale, but nonetheless a good ewe that helps us get in there into fourth. I like this really nice traditional type of ewe that helps us round out our reasons in our fifth place position. I like the head. I like the design of this female. Unfortunately, she just gets out-ponied, out-powered, but she's got the right parts. She's got the right pieces. She's got a phenomenal fleece on her. We just get a little bit more power and mass into her, get a bit more feed in her as well. I think she could slide up pretty easily as well.
Placing on the Cordell Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 12, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, with Philippi 4-61, Rita. Second place to entry 14, Andrew Freehand, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2403. Third place to entry 17, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. 4-18, Brady Craig. 5 to entry 13, Hannah Hewitt, Forney, Texas. Placing on the Slickshorn Winter Spring ewe lamb class for the Horned Dorsets, first place to entry 63, Micah Haig, Jordan, Montana, with Gadsby 2513. Second to entry 64, Amanda Oberholzer, East Earl, Pennsylvania, with Oberholzer 25-03. Third place to 59, Colton Rummel, Sharonsville, Ohio. 4-60, Vivian Stephenson, Mount Ulla, North Carolina. And 5 to entry number 57, Camilla Plummer, Greencastle, Indiana. Our junior champion Horn Dorset ewe was out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, with Frog Hollow 27. The reserve junior champion was out of the fitted late fall ewe lamb class, Austin, Logan, Addison, and Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 496.
It's just Horn Dorset ewe.
Our champion Horn Dorset ewe was shown by Tatum Getz on entry number 18. Tatum's from Shakopee, Minnesota, with Gadsby 2397 out of the fitted yearling ewe class. Our reserve grand champion ewe was our champion junior ewe, and that came out of the fitted winter ewe lamb class, entry 49, Madeline Symes, South Windsor, Connecticut, Frog Hollow 27.
A really unique set of Cordell females out here for us to evaluate. I think there's an immense amount of variability, and it's a little bit difficult from that standpoint to be able to get these things sorted appropriately, but I think we've done a nice job. The female that we use to start off our class with is the one that's just a bit more level. She's correct about her skeletal makeup, one that's just a bit more square off that dock. When we put a handle on her, she's our longest handling female. She is our deepest loined handling female, and we really appreciate her from a carcass standpoint with those attributes. When we take a look at her fleece, I'd like to have a little bit more length of fleece, but I think it's adequate enough for us to be able to evaluate today. She is a little bit inconsistent as we work throughout it, but a really, really hard female to get around in terms of that carcass and that structural correctness that she brings to us today. The ewe that we use here in our second place position, probably our greenest ewe in the class here, and I'm quite all right using her there. When you talk about a traditional Corriedale, I think she plays the part in terms of her markings, her color, her structure, and I love the fleece on this girl here. I think she's got a really, really nice fleece. We like that big, bold lock structure on her as well. If we could change her, I'd like to get her another 30, 60 days on feed, get a bit more bulk and a little bit more mass to her, and I think she would certainly get around that ewe in that top end position. Female that we have here in our third place position, one that's just really big, bold, and rugged type of female. She's got a lot of skeleton to her. I think she's grown into it really, really well. She is carrying a little bit more condition to her than what I'd like to see. I'd like to trim her up throughout that front portion of her skeleton. I'd like to lengthen her out in that loin. I'd like to give her a bit more character to that fleece herself, but I think a nice female to get us there in third nonetheless. Another nice traditional type of Cordale here in our fourth place position, one that's just a little bit more moderate and plain in terms of her design. She slopes off just a little bit off onto that rump. But I tell you what, she's one that's just made pretty correctly in that first third, one that is nice in terms of her structure of her fleece and design. A nice female that wraps up our class here in fifth, one that's really, really long-bodied. I think one that has a lot of good attributes to the industry. I love the handle of the rack on this female. As we start to take a look at that fleece, it does have the right structure. It does have the right design. There just isn't enough of it there. It certainly has enough length. I'd like to have more density of fleece on this female to get her to slide up the scale. But a nice set of females. Congratulations.
Placing on the Cordale Senior U Lamb class, first place to entry 19, Emily Mills, Ashley, Michigan, with BWH 4133. Second place to entry 22, Angeline of Arlington, Iowa, with lean 2443. Third place to entry number 20, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. Fourth to 11, Riley McKee, Dresden, Ohio. And 5 to 21, Jackson Jeske, Lakeland, Florida.
run into a few more breed character things in terms of some of those that maybe hit the fence just a little bit earlier. But with that said, breed characters plenty good out here in these 5, and from there, they're good sheep on top of that. And so regardless of character, I think these 5 prevail. I really like the one that leads off in terms of her height to shoulder. Very good in her top line. To me, she's very good in motion and maintains more natural height than does the ewe lamb that comes out in second. In second, we've got a really bold, kind of neat-built one there that I think if we let her go and get out in motion, maybe get just a little lazy up front, wants to drop her front end just a little bit. That's the difference in those 2 there. Love the side profile in the one that comes out in third. She's a big, upstanding ewe with a lot of length of body and size and scale. Just need to match it with just a little bit more skillful width and just a little bit more handling quality up high. Really a nice sheep there in 4. Big body, certainly very big in terms of muscularity. I think she's one that as you study up front in terms of her shoulder and her breastplate, maybe just a little bit more pronounced and further along from that standpoint. Same thing as Story that comes out in 5 there. I like that sheep a great deal. In fact, from her 4-rib back, that one lies further up in this class. It's her shoulder and her shape of neck up front that gets her in trouble. She just needs to be a little tidier up there. Really nice class. Congratulations to that crew.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of fall and winter ram lambs, first place to entry 9, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service 24311. Second place to entry number 5, Tate Stevens, Norwalk, Ohio, with Stevens, TS 2464. Third place to entry 4, Elizabeth Porogritz of Lisbon, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 6, Levi Willman, Hartford City, Indiana. And 5 to entry 8, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Placing on the late class of January ewe lambs for the Shropshire Show. First place goes to entry number 84, Michaela Hodenshield, Kenton, Ohio, with ES 2507. Pardon me. It went to entry number 84, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB 2516. Pardon me. Second place to entry number 83, Emma Chandler, Fredericktown, Missouri, with Charlie XCX out of Johnson Family Showstock 25016. Third to 87, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to entry number 95, Skylar Birch, Beach Bluff, Tennessee. And 5 to 88, Landry Street, Alexandria, Indiana.
I think we've got a good pair of Cordale females to help us start the class here in 1 and 2, and I think you could go either direction depending upon the goals and needs of your operation. For me today, we're going to use the female that's a bit trimmer. She's a bit more cleanly made up through that front quarter. And for me, she's the one that's got a bit more power and capacity to her as well. She's really long loin. She's the deepest loin female in the class for us today. You take a look at her fleece. I really like it from that crimp standpoint. It's pretty consistent from front to rear as well. I'd like to have a bit more fleece length to it, but that's being pretty critical of a nice one to start us off in the class. The ewe that we have here in second, another nice profiling type of female, one that mimics from a carcass standpoint of that of the one in the first place position. For me today, she just gets a little bit more waisty up in that front end. I'd like to pick that chest floor up. I'd like to get her a bit more balance throughout that front end to allow her to slip up into that first place position. But another ewe that has a good fleece on it, the way that we want to see those Cordale fleeces lay. A nice kind of ewe here in third, one that's a bit of an outlier compared to the rest here. I like her dark points. I like her breed character. I like the way that she handles. She's just a little bit more green than the other females in the class, and that's all right with me today. She's got a good level top. She's level throughout that rump, enough for what she is in terms of her breed character. It comes down to fleece for me today. It's really soft. It's subtle. It's a nice handle and a nice touch to it. We just lack in overall characteristics. I like to see a little bit more crimp and structure to it to get her to slide up any further. A nice ewe that we have here in fourth, one that profiles really, really well. She's a level across that top. I like the depth of body on her as well, but when we study her from the ground up, she just wants to get a little bit more pinched in terms of her internal skeletal design. I like to bust her apart through that first third, get her a little bit wider at the base to get her to slide up as well. A nice, big, bold, rugged type of female that helps us round out our reasons here in five. One that's probably a longer spined and longer sided type of female, one that balances really well from top to bottom. I'd like to see her be a bit more structurally sound. She tends to get a little too soft-footed on me. She doesn't motor near as well around the ring as the rest of them in the class, but a nice set of females. Congratulations.
Placing on the January class of ewe lambs for the National Corriedale Junior Show. First place to entry 28, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2509. Second place to entry 24, Camden Hebertshausen, Republic of Ohio, with HEIB Heb 961. Third to entry number 25, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa, 4 to 23, Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, and 5 to 27, Andrew Freehan, Bradner, Ohio. Placing on the Dorset Vantage Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 11, Lexi Courtney, Mill Creek, Oklahoma with Northern Star Livestock Service 25115. Second to entry 12, Brooke Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee with Twisted Sister 2542. Third to 14, Britt Blocker, Adair, Oklahoma. 4 to 16, Gabriella Izzo, Medina, Ohio. And 5 to 15, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. Champion Ram goes to first place in the fall winter Ram Lamb class. Entry 9, Tatum Getz with Northern Star Livestock Service 24311. Tatum is from Shakopee, Minnesota. And our reserve champion was second in that same class as the champion, the fall winter Ram Lamb class, Tate Stevens. Norwalk, Ohio with Stevens, TS 2464.
Another close pair in the top end on our Cordell females, and a couple of good females at that. The female that we use to help us win the class is the one, it really comes down to me, is fleece, and that girl's got a stellar fleece. I love the crimp. I like the structure. I like the design of it. It's the right length for me today. It really pops as you take a look at that thing. But from a structural standpoint, I think she's put together extremely well. She's really balanced if you look at her from the side, if you look at her from top, if you look at her from behind, just one that's put together really well. Nothing to take away from that female there in our second place position. One that's a bit more bold and rugged. She may be a little bit more coarser in her design, but I'm quite all right with that as well. I like the Springer rib that she's got to her. For me, she tends to get a little high in the midsection of her body. I'd like to get her leveled out across that top. But another ewe that has a good fleece to her, just doesn't have the character and the structure as what our class winner does have for us today. Another good ewe here in third. She's kind of my problem ewe. I really like her from a carcass standpoint. I like her from a fleece standpoint. But when we put those parts and pieces together, she just isn't near as complete or smooth in her transitions when she motors throughout the ring or as she's standing there. I'd like to lay that neck into that shoulder a little bit further back. I'd like to bring that brisket plate up a little bit further, get her a bit more balance across that top as well. A nice kind of unique ewe here in our fourth place position. Again, very traditional in her type and her kind. I really like that fleece on that one. I like the boldness of structure. I like the crimp. I like the consistency as we work from front to rear. She just simply gets outpowered for us today. I'd like to lay a bigger top into her. I'd like to get her busted apart throughout the center of her body, get a bit more mass and squareness to her, but a nice female nonetheless. The female we use here in our fifth place position to help us round out our reasons is a really nice female. She's short, small, and compact, and I think a really efficient animal from that standpoint. I like how level she is across the top. She may not be square off that rump, but I think she's square enough for us today. For me, again, she just gets outpowered. She's probably one of the younger females in here, but I think she's got a lot of good growth ahead of her as well.
Well, good class here. A lot of quality as we work down through this particular set. To me, it's kind of a two-horse race up here at the top side of things, and they're very different in terms of the advantages they bring to the table. I love this sheep from the side that leads off. She's so good in terms of her elevation at the top side of her blade. Very good up front. She's a breedy-headed ewe that still has the right kind of stoutness and power as you get your hands on her. She's not the most muscular, but certainly squares up good and has handling quality, right kind of rib shape, right kind of size, and certainly one that you like a good deal as you get them in motion. To me, that's the difference between the top two, because if you're to take the one in second from her fore-rib back, that thing is wild in terms of her shape, her body, her underlying quality, and then her hip and hind leg design. It's in motion that she gets just a little bit lower set in her neck. She gets just a little heavier up front, just needs to be more athletic the way she gets out of her front end. I like the sheep that comes out in third. Very good in terms of balance and build. Doesn't match quite the same handling quality or stoutness as the two that precede her, but from the side, you can dang sure gravitate that one further forward. Kind of the same story as the sheep that's in four. Very level top, very sound structured. It's underneath that she's just a little bit narrower in terms of her underpinning and her skeleton down low. Unfortunately, she has the same disadvantage as you step in behind her. Just needs to be stoutened up as you get in behind her. It's an advantage for the sheep that's in fifth down there, wide-chested, bold-bodied sheep. A little softer in terms of her touch and her handle, a little bit more fragile in terms of her bone work down low. Just needs to take to the lead with just a little bit more athleticism as she gets out and goes. Congratulations to this set. Really high quality.
Placing on the early February ewe lamb class for the Shropshires. First place goes to entry number 156, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25068. Second place to entry 134, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with LP 25125. Third to 161, Regan Klotz, Richmond, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 153, Brianna Hubbard, Cushing, Oklahoma. And fifth to entry 154, Kellen Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. Placing on the class of Corriedale, February and later ewe lambs, 1st to 29, Andrew Feehan from Bradner, Ohio, with Peters, 2504. Second to entry 31, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig, 2520. Third to entry 33, Carter Hebertshausen, Republic, Ohio. Fourth to entry 34, Angeline, Arlington, Iowa. And 5 to 32, Riley McKee, Dresden, Ohio.
Do appreciate our Cordell breeders bringing out a good set here and a deep set at that as well. I think we've got some good females out here. In my mind, the thing, it could certainly go a couple of different ways. Do you pick structure and power? Do you pick the pretty ones? Do you pick the animals that put all those parts and pieces together? I think in my mind, there's just a set of them in here that are just too similar to one another to be able to split up. I'll get off here and shake the hand of your Granny Reserve.
For our Cordell show, the champion ewe goes to our first place out of the February and later class, entry 29, Andrew Feehan, Bradner, Ohio, with Peters 2504. The reserve champion was second in that class, entry 31, Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois, with Craig 2520. For our Cordell show, we're now ready for best headed individual. We'll follow that with best fleeced individual, and then round it all out with your state flock class. For the Cordales, we're now ready for best or state block. For the Cordale show, best headed individual went to entry number 23. 23 came out of the January ULAM class. Conley Hoagland, Glendive, Montana, with Cordale's 5-7 Fancy. And best fleeced Cordale went to entry number 12 out of the yearling U class, also shown by Conley Hoagland of Glendive, Montana, on Philippi 4-61. Rita.
Moving into our Columbia show, a good way to start us off here with our senior Ram Lamb. Just a really, really good example of the breed. I love the breed character to him. I like the coloration of him. You put a handle on him, he's certainly got a lot of mass, a lot of power underneath that hide. You take a look at that fleece, very consistent from top to bottom, front to rear, one that handles with a lot of touch, and just a really, really nice guy. Let's give these guys a nice round of applause.
For the conclusion of our Cordell show, our state flock class, our winner was Brady Craig, St. Joseph, Illinois. In the Columbia show, we've begun it with the senior ram lambs. Placing first in that class was entry number 1, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 24-82. For our Shropshire show, placing in the late class of February ewe lambs, first place in that class to 124, Drew Miller, Huntington, Indiana, with KJB Buckland, 2556. Second place to entry number 135, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25078. Third to 133, Isaac Doyle, Wapaka, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 122, Kate Bodell, Fortville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 139, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana.
Good set of Columbia bucks here as we get down further into our show, but the ram that we'll start off here was just a big, bold, rugged type of ram that's put together really, really well. Given his masculinity, he's very smooth in terms of his movement. I do appreciate the way that he's assembled from a skeletal standpoint from the ground up. One that's just super, super sound. He's big-footed. He's big-boned. You look at his fleece. He's got the highest yielding and densest yielding fleece in the class for us here today. Ram that we have here in 2, kind of a little different cat. As we compare him to the rest of the individuals in the class. But I like him, and I like him for the reason that he's a bit smaller. He's a bit more compact. I think he's a bit more of an efficient type of ram that represents the breed really, really well. He's square and level off the end of his dock there. I think he's got plenty of power and muscle to him. he just lacks an overall ability to get around that ram due to a little bit of a shorter fleece for us, and we just can't get enough of a handle on him today. We go into, again, another big, rugged, powerful type of ram, probably the one that's got the biggest bone and biggest foot in the class for us today. He is just a little bit more coarser in terms of his design. He gets a little heavy fronted. He wants to break behind those shoulders. If we can get him cleaned up in the front quarter and get him leveled out across the top, I think he'd slide up a position or two. The ram here in our 4th place position, one that we do like. I think he's really good in terms of his breed character, one that's just really, really long-bodied, one that has some good handle to him. Unfortunately for me, he's the one that has the lowest yielding fleece in the class for us today, but a good set of Columbia bucks. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of junior ram lambs for the Columbia show, first place goes to entry number 3, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2523. Second place to entry 5, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota, with 25-04. Third to entry 4, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 4 to entry 2, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 29, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Show Stock 24107 Tootsie. Second place to entry number 38, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota, with Northern Star Livestock Service 24071. Third place to entry number 26, Kinley Fleener, Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Fourth to 24, Victoria Kovacs, Fulton, Ohio. Fifth place to entry number 20, Cheyenne Bragg of Eustis, Florida.
Over here on our Columbia side, we've got a single entry for our natural color division, but one that could certainly stand a lot more competition. He's certainly athletic, he's ornery, but I think a really nice ram in terms of his structure and his design. He handles really, really well from that top end. The thing that impresses me about him is his fleece. I love the structure, I love the character that he presents for us today. Very consistent from top to bottom, front to rear. A nice ram, congratulations.
Really, really good in terms of just body and design. Just not quite as much sheep there as we study her at this stage different story entirely is, we get into Forest Stout in terms of her underpinning, really big in terms of feature, and then certainly one that you like a good deal in terms of muscularity. I think that's one that gets a little bit plainer as we stutter her up front, needs to be just a little bit longer and just tighter in terms of her build. Round out the set with one that, again, a little bit more immature in terms of how she's presented out here, but I think a sheep that's very good in terms of her build, very good in terms of her skeleton, just needs a little bit more sheep there, a little bit more punch to get further up in this class. Congratulations to that set.
Really neat set of Columbia bucks out here for our champion drive, and I think they've got a lot of good attributes to them according to their breed standards. In my mind, there's a couple of them that meet those standards quite well. They do a nice job of putting a nice carcass underneath this hide and do a nice job of putting together a really, really nice fleece. I'll get off here and shake the hands of your champions.
Placing on the Columbia Natural Colored Ram class, first place went to entry number 6, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with LRC 2963 Flash. Our champion Columbia Ram went to our junior class winner, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2523. The reserve champion Ram came out of the senior Ram Lamb class, Jenna Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 2482. Placing on the early March class of Shropshire ewes, first place went to entry number 173, Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25090. Second place to entry number 163, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Longenecker 2517. Third place to entry 172, Cassidy Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 170, Miranda Moneyheffer, Akron, Indiana. And 5 to entry 177, Aubrey Gilbert, Magnolia, Texas. Placing over on the Dorset Advantage Fall Ewe Lamb class, first to entry 44, Reagan Leeper, Argus, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 5531. Second to 46, Allison Poling, Richwood, Ohio, with WD Dorset's 1388. Third to entry 47, Owen Atwater, Knoxville, Iowa. 4 to 43, Abby Brown, Princeton, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 048, Elizabeth Perogwitz, Lisbon, Ohio.
quality as we work through this particular set. Get back into select champion. It's kind of a two-horse race, I guess, in my opinion. As we work through, I think there's one of them that's just really, really trendy in terms of her body. I like her in terms of her stoutness, a feature in motion. She maybe doesn't maintain quite the same elevation up through her front end as a different one in this particular class. But boy, on the standstill, really, really good sheep out of that first class. The other one in contention is the last class down there, the March U, and I think one that for a March U, first of all, just a tremendous amount of performance, but build and balance is exceptionally, exceptionally good on that sheep. And then yet she still touches and handles with the right kind of muscularity up high. She's maybe not quite as good in terms of her pin set or stifle shape as the one that we just talked about, but I think one that really props up exceptionally well, probably maintains just a little bit more height to shoulder as you get the two in motion. That's the one that I like to win. The March is going to be your champion. We're going to go up here with the January for reserve.
We'd like to announce the results of the Shropshire Futurity, both yearling ewes and lambs. In the yearlings, with 90 points, Drake Sluts. With Street, 2405. With 72 points, Kenyon Buckland. With City Limits, 24102. And with 49 points, Michaela Hodenshield with ES 2404. For the ewe lambs, with 76 points, Weston Porter with City Limits 25004. With 69 points, Landry Street with KJB Buckland 2523. With 58 points, Miley Williams with Bryant 25-062. With 57 points, Kinley Tinney with City Limits 25086. And with 53 points, Michaela Hodenshield with Flanders VIP 5400. Of those, Mercy Clark was the East Regional winner with Ellsbury 25147. Landry Street was the Midwest Regional winner with KJB Buckland 2523. And Weston Pointer was the West Regional winner with City Limits 25004.
a good competitive set of Columbia females out here that represent the breed really, really well. The ewe that we use to win the class is the one that I found as soon as she hit the shavings as she rolled in. She's the one that's just really, really complete for me today. One that's really long in terms of her skeletal design, one that handles really, really firmly, one that is super trim, super lean. I love the size. I love the scale of this female. She's going to be the female in the class, too, that has the heaviest yielding fleece in the class for us today. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in our second place position. She's the one that's the more big and bold, rugged type of female. She's a little bit coarser put together in that front end assembly for us today. If we could change ever so slightly, I'd like to lay that neck back into that shoulder blade just to scotch more, but a really, really good female to get us there up into that second place position. One that I think probably has a bit of a softer fleece to her, but from times she does get a little bit softer handling, a little bit finer handling as we roll back throughout that fleece. The female here in third, boy, I tell you what, she's as pretty as a picture. She's the one that you want to be putting on a postcard right there. She was the one that profiles really, really, really well. I like her from that standpoint. She lands in third really well because of that attribute. But when you put a handle on her, she's a little disappointing in terms of comparing her to 1 and 2. She's a little bit lighter muscled, and certainly she's got a ton of muscle underneath of her. She's just a little lighter muscle compared to the others in front of her. When you take a handle onto her fleece, she's going to have a lower yielding fleece comparison of the top two as well. A nice, big, bold, rugged type of female, a lot of springer rib, a lot of rack shape to our ewe here in our fourth place position. One that's just really, really long-sided and long top for us today. She does slope off in that hind end a little bit. She's a little bit lighter muscled in that hind end, but a good female to get us there in fourth. Female here in our fifth place position, also another good profiling type of female. One that's just super clean in her makeup, very prim and proper in that front end. I like how smooth she is as she transitions throughout that carcass. For me, she just gets a little bit narrow base to get it placed any higher today.
For our Shropshire show, our junior champion ewe was entry 173 out of the March ewe lamb class. Drake Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois, with city limits 25090. The reserve champion was entry 116, Drew George, Niles, Michigan, from Class 1 of the January ewe lambs, Buckham Farms, B5023.
Although just a single entry on our natural colored yearling ewes for our Columbia breed, a really, really good one that represents the breed extremely well. I like how well she is in terms of her balance and her design. I like the amount of muscle she carries throughout her system. This female is carrying a lot of fleece, and I appreciate how clean that fleece is, the luster that's in the fleece, and how well it handles. A good female, congratulations.
Placing on the Columbia yearling ewe class, first place to entry 20, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2343. Second place to entry number 11, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, with Copeland 586. Third place to 13, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. 4 to entry 9, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 16, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota. Placing on the class of Early Dorset Advantage Winter Ewe Lambs. First place to entry number 97, Liz Carpenter, Omro, Wisconsin, with Corner View 24168 Freckles. Second to 96, Seth Aarons, Rochdale, Indiana, with Obsession Showstock 5585 Lola. Third to entry 41, Josie Baines, Bloomington, Indiana. 4 to entry number 107, Zach Mosley, DeLon Springs, Florida. And 5 to 109, Owen Grinstead, Sheridan, Indiana. Placing on the Columbia Natural Colored Yearling U Class, first to entry number 21, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio, with Black Kettle 55. That did conclude our Shropshire show. We're ready to move into Monadale's. So we need Monadale Senior Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the Monadale class of senior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 1, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 767.
A quality set of Columbia females out here for our Fall U drive, and the female that we'll use here is the one that just has the most amount of mass and power throughout the center of her skeleton. This female here has a really big ribeye in her. She's got a good design in terms of her skeleton. I think she's fluid, she's sound as she rolls throughout the ring. You handle her fleece, she's got one of the higher yielding fleeces. For me, she's just tuned in just right. I think if we would have waited another week or so, we wouldn't have been able to handle that fleece near as well as what we were able to do today. Congratulations to that young man out there out front. Female here in second, one that we appreciate from the profile. I think one that's just really sound in terms of her structure or design. I like her in terms of her rib cage, her design. For me, I'd like to have her a little bit more balanced. She's so big-centered for me. Once you get up on top of her, she tends to lack off in that front end and that hind end. If we could get some more muscularity throughout the center of the carcass all the way throughout to that front end and that hind end, I think she'd balance out a little bit better and get across the finish line earlier than that ram or that lamb ahead of her today. Female here in third, she's kind of my problem female, the one that I really, really like in terms of her fleece and her structure. I like the crimp, I like the structure, I like the character that fleece brings to the table for us here today. For me, from a structural standpoint, I think she's the narrower base female out of our top three. I'd like to bust her skeleton apart throughout the center of her cavity, just get her a wider tracking kind of female, get her a little bit fluid off of those hind legs. She wants to buck over ever so slightly, but a good female nonetheless to get us there in third. We've got a big, bold, rugged type of female here in fourth, one that's going to be a good brood type of ewe. We'd like to clean her up in terms of some of her color throughout that fleece or throughout her skeleton there. I'd like to whiten her up in those feet more or less. But I do like that female in terms of her structure, her design. She just has a lighter yielding fleece, in my opinion, than the ewes ahead of her today. A good, flashy, attractive profiling type of ewe that we'll use to round out our class. One that's dead level across the top. For me today, she tends to get a little bit more tubular in comparison to the rest of the ewes here today. I'd like to deepen her flank. I'd like to deepen that chest floor ever so slightly. Get her a bit more balanced to be a bit more competitive against the ewes today. Congratulations.
Placings on the January Ram Lamb class for the Monadales. First place to Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana, with Riley K. 2520. Placing on the Monadale February and later Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 5, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2555. Second place to entry 4, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2576. And third place to entry 6, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the senior ULAM class for the Columbias, first place to entry 29, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with Mentor 4129. Second place to entry 23, Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota, with 4-60. Third place to entry 30, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 22, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 5 to entry 24, Alan Heens, Berthold, North Dakota. Placing on the Dorset Advantage class of intermediate winter ewe lambs, first place to 83, Izzy Heisdorfer, Sigourney, Iowa, with Heisdorfer Dorsets 25075. Second to 73, Chloe Bills, Columbia City, Indiana, with Farrell Lint Showstock 2507. Third to 79, Harris Barnes, Holiday, Tennessee. Forward at 112, Gabby Campen, Humboldt, Iowa. And 5 to 68, Zoe Johnson, Sycamore, Illinois. Placing on the early slick Ram Lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry 7, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana, with Triple K 25001. Placing on the late slick shorn Ram Lamb, first place to entry 8, Luke Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois, with Woodcock 1725.
congratulations to these exhibitors. I think it really comes down to a pair of them. You set them in motion. There's one of them that's just better in terms of his knee and better in terms of his structure. I'll get you a champion in reserve out here. Congratulations to the Montedale exhibitors.
A high-quality set of Columbia females out here for our next female drive. I think we've got some good ones here in the top end. Really a split between 1 and 2 for me. The one that I've chose for today is going to be the trimmer female, the one that's just a bit more physique, a bit more look to her in terms of her presentation. Female here really doesn't disappoint you. I think 1 and 2, very carcass-oriented types of females, heavy-muscled, big top, deep-loined. The female that gets us there into the top, she's just the one that's a bit cleaner throughout her front-end assembly. I like the way that her neck lays into that front shoulder. I like how up-fronted, up-chested that this female is for us today. Nothing to take away from that female there in 2. She's our big, bold, and rugged, powerful type of female. I might like the fleece on this one ever so slightly more. She just needs to have more of it. I'd like to have more density of fleece, a bit more follicles per unit of area, but a nice set of females here on the top end nonetheless. Female that we have here in 3, really like her also from a carcass perspective. I think one that just doesn't balance near as well for me. She wants to get a little high in her center as she rolls throughout the ring. She wants to toe out on that front end. So if we could get her cleaned up in terms of her skeletal shape and her design, I think she could easily slide up a notch or 2 in our class today. Female here in 4th, one that's just got a presence and a physique about her in the ring. I really like how clean-faced and clean-fronted this female is. She's almost a little bit too elevated in that flank for me today. I'd like to drop that flank down, get her a little bit more balance from the profile, but one that really handles extremely hard, really, really well put together female. Female that we use here in our 5th place position to round out our class, one that's a little bit smaller in terms of her scale and her size. I'm quite all right with that. I think she's an efficient individual. For me today, she just simply gets outpowered. I'd like to put a lot more top end into her. I'd like to have some more power in that hind end as well to help her slide up any further today.
Champion Montedale Ram went to entry number 5. Entry 5 out of the February Ram Lamb class, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2555. The reserve champion was from the Fall Ram Lamb class, entry number 1, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 767. Placing on the Dorset Advantage late winter ewe lamb class, first to entry 62, McKenna Malcolm, Garrett, Indiana, with Jason Paxton and family, 2527, Charlotte. Second place to entry number 67, Landry Krieger, Washington, Indiana, with Silversmith, 25102 ET. Third place to 63, Cooper Wolf, Cary, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 1, Caden Parks, Wingate, Indiana. And 5 to 55, Quentin Deere, Arcadia, Indiana. Placing on the junior ewe lambs for the Columbia show, first place goes to entry number 46, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2508. Second place to entry number 42, Addison Bussinger, Bluffton, Ohio, with LRC 2959. Third to 44, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 40, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. And 5 to 43, Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. Exhibitors, we want to remind you, if you get that bio sheet because you had a breed champion ram or breed champion ewe. We do need those completed and filled and turned in here at the desk today. We need them before we finish up showing. We use those tomorrow whenever we make introductions during the Supreme Drive of the Junior Show.
Nice class here on the Montadale side, and certainly a very good one to lead off with. The young man's got one that I think not only looks good on the standstill, but also looks good in motion. Very good in terms of her proportions and her balance. She's very high quality in terms of her front end design. Good-headed sheep, and certainly one that, like I said earlier, as you set the sheep in motion, she maintains her build and that advantage as she gets out and goes. Big, high-performing ewe there in second. I like her a good deal on the standstill. Her height to shoulder, levelness, and length to top line is very good. She probably has just a little bit more center body and stoutness out of her pin set than does the sheep right in front of her. I think as we set the sheep in motion, she gets a little bit more upright in her blade angle. She's a little thicker and just more mature in terms of her front end design as we compare her to the one that we lead off with. I like the sheep in third. Again, a sheep that I liked in terms of her length of body. I like in terms of her height to shoulder. She's a little shorter fronted up front, a little shorter in terms of her neck, maybe just a little bit frailer and more fragile in terms of her bone work down low. I like the sheep in fourth in terms of chest width and body shape and stoutness and power. If you're to get your hands on these sheep, that's the most powerful one in this set. Unfortunately, as we get off to the side of her, she gets a little round out of both ends. Needs to be tidied up as we work through the front end of that one, skeleton. And then as we round out the set with this top five here, I think a high-quality sheep down there on the end that the young man has. Really good in terms of her front third. From there back, she maybe needs just a shot more in terms of center body and flank line. And then as you get your hands on the sheep, she just doesn't mass up with quite the same muscularity as the sheep that precede her in this class. Congratulations. Give them a round of applause for the rest.
Folks, the quality runs really deep in this class here with our Columbia females. The one we'll start with is the one that I think just has the most amount of muscle and power and mass throughout the center of her skeleton. One that's just really correctly designed and built, one that's super square and level. off her rump herself, one that's very fluid in terms of her movement. I like the fleece. I like the boldness, the structure, and crimp on this fleece. That's really what excels this female to the top end of the class. We've got a rugged, more bold-built type of female here in our second place position, one that's got a ton of bone, ton of mass and power. She's got the same design in terms of her top end of our class winner. She's just a little bit more coarser made, especially through that front end assembly. If we could lay that neck into that shoulder blade a little bit more appropriately and be able to get her up fronted ever so slightly, I think we could slide her up a notch as well. We've got a good, big, bold female here in our third place position. I really like the length of body. I like how fluid moving this female is. For me today, she's got our lowest yielding fleece. To me, she tends to get a little bit more on the fine side as we really take a more critical look at that fleece, but a good one nonetheless to get us there in third. Female here in our fourth place position, really like her in terms of her broodiness, her maternal design. I think she's got a ton of rib and rack shape to her. She's got some depth of body. I love how deep in the flank that female is. For me today, she tends to get a little pinched up front. I'd like to bust her apart, get her a bit more square made off that front end, but a good female nonetheless. The ewe that we use here in our fifth place position, a little bit more plainer in terms of her design. I think she's built well. I think she's built right. She's very fluid. Again, in terms of her movement, I think a theme that we've seen in many of these females in our class today, she simply just gets outpowered. We like to put a bit more mass and top end into this female. I'd like to level her out across the top, but a good set of females. Congratulations to our Columbia exhibitors.
Placing on the Monadale Yearling U class, first place went to entry 17. J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with 3J Kurz, 1087. Second place to entry 10, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat, 2472. Third to entry 11, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to entry 12, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. And 5 to entry number 13, Easton Kovac, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Placings for the Columbia Junior U Lamb class. First place to entry 33, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 25-21. Second to 37, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio, showing Brant 4481. Third to entry 35, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 4 to entry 39, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. And 5 to 38, Haley Louise, Montague, California.
Particularly as we slick them out, that one's got the right kind of leanness still and body shape and muscularity up high and from behind, and yet still handles it well as we get out in motion. Second place is the one that just follows suit. Maybe doesn't balance up quite as well as the one that we lead off with. little rounder over the edge of her loin, but certainly one that's tall-fronted, big-bodied, good in terms of her underlying quality, and props up very well. 3 and 4 to me is close. I like the body shape of the one that's in third. Needs to be a little bit more muscular from behind, a little deviation down the top line. But I have to say the length and the force is the right down there for him, especially when he's putting off. He's got a time that the brain when she does that. Really smile and tilt. And congratulations to both players.
Final class for our Columbia show will roll into our natural colors. I think this class easily sorts itself for me today. The female we use to win the class is the one that's got the most power and mass throughout the center of her body. One that just has a lot of top end, a lot of rack shape, a lot of loin shape and depth of loin to her as well. The thing that really impresses me about this female is she's got a really super high yielding fleece and a high quality fleece. One that's got a lot of good character to it. I think I really like the crimp structure to that fleece. It's super, super clean as well. A good female to start us off with. Nothing to take away from that fancy female there in second. One that's just a little bit shorter sided, a little bit shorter in terms of her height, but one that mimics that one up front quite well. She might have a little bit of a better style in terms of her hind quarter. I like the way that she rolls off that dock a little bit better than that U up front, but she simply gets outpowered. We get a little bit more pinch up front, or just don't have that rack shape that we see in that U up front, but we do see that consistency in her fleece, and that's what lands her there in 2. We've got a big and bold and rugged type of female that rolls out our class here in 3, one that we do appreciate for her Springer rib, but as we look at her and study her a little bit more, we'd like to drop that flank, get her a little bit more balance across the bottom end. As you watch her move, she's a little bit more staggered in terms of her movement, just not near as smooth. I'd like to smooth that gait up. I'd like to tow her back in on that front end, but a good set of females here to roll out our class. Congratulations.
Placing on the Monadale class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the National Monadale Junior Show. First place goes to entry 22, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 0104. Second to entry 23, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 0096. Third place to entry 19, Troy Road Farms, Washington, Indiana. Fourth to entry 21, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois. Placing on the class of Columbias, these are Columbia natural colored ewe lambs. First to entry 48, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Fry 5-1. Second to 47, James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with LRC 2962 Boom. And third to entry 49, also James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. Placing on the class of Dorset Advantage early spring ewe lambs, first to 176, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio, with ball fawns 5284. Second place to 160, Addison Comstock, Marion, Ohio, with McCurdy Club Lambs 25135. Third place to 172, Nathan Workman, Springfield, Ohio, 4 to 166, Carter Bills, Columbia City, Indiana, and 5 to 165, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
A big shout
Placing-
out to the Columbia breeders out here. They always do a nice job. They're always enthusiastic. I enjoy working with the youth of this breed. Always welcoming, and I think you guys have done a stellar job of bringing out an excellent set of females here. Classes were big, classes were deep, quality was strong, and really appreciate it from that standpoint. We've got some class winners up here, these top 6 that we handled, and I think all of them are quite deserving of the honors to being in this final drive. And in my mind, we've got 3 or 4 of them that are really, really good. To me, I think it's a no-brainer. There's one female in here that just super good. She excels in what she does. She's trim enough for me as well. That's going to be that yearling you out there. She's really, really good in terms of being our champion. Congratulations to that young man out front. You bet. As we take a look at our reserve, I think it gets a little bit closer for me. I think there's a couple different types and kinds in here, some that are a bit more broody in nature, some that are a bit more fluid in terms of their design. But I think in my mind, if we use that big yearling to track, we've got to get one that fits the bill quite similarly. It's going to be the ewe lamb here. Congratulations.
Was it one in natural color?
Placing on the Monadale Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry 25, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with Mum 2422. Second place to 26, Mallory Corzette, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzette 2505. In our Columbia show, our champion ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe, entry number 20, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2343. And our reserve champion came out of the early junior ewe lamb class, entry number 46, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Thiessen 2508.
The most moderate one is the one that we lead off with, and that's not necessarily why we lead off with her, but I do think it aids her from a balance perspective. Very good in terms of her center body shape, her hip and hind legs good. She's not the longest fronted one in the world. In fact, within this particular set, she's probably the shortest or the most jammed up there. But from her shoulder back, that's a high quality sheep that certainly has the right kind of body shape, the right kind of build. I like the one that comes out in second, particularly ahead of her shoulder, thin neck and very, very long ahead of her shoulder. I wish we could take her neck and set it on the top side of her shoulder and then just relax her in her top line. I think that makes that one easier to propel further forward in this class. Just wants to fight the ring a little bit too much. 1 and 3 on the standstill, I think you can argue gets further up in this class because that's the big, high-performing sheep that is very long ahead of her shoulder. I like that about her. As we get them in motion, though, she struggles to maintain her balance just a little bit more. She gets just a little rounder out of both ends. I think her additional length of body makes it a little bit harder as she gets in motion to balance as well as the two that precede her. I think all three of them bring a lot of good to the table. Congratulations to those three.
Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Monadales, first place to entry 27, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. That showing Corzat 2510. Second place to 29, J.W. Sims Reisner, Albion, Illinois, with JWSR 766. Third place to entry 28, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. For the Columbia Best Pair of Lambs class, first place goes to Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa. Second, Ella Brown. Third, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. 4, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And 5th to 53, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. For the Columbias, we're now showing best fleeced animal, best fleece animal. For the Columbias, your next class is Jackpot Futurity class. Merino exhibitors following that Jackpot Futurity class. We will go into the Merino show.
getting her shown and fit and prepared, but certainly one that once you get her in the ring, I think presents with the right type of look and balance from the side. And then yet, as you set these sheep in motion, she maintains that advantage in terms of just look and proportions, and certainly one that I like a great deal in terms of just her front end quality. I think as you move from there, there's some decisions to be made, but certainly the next best one in my mind is the one that comes out in second. And not only does she have an advantage in terms of just chest width and body shape over 3, 4, and 5 in this class, but what I think she really does well is her height to shoulder and her extension of the head of her shoulder. Maybe not to the same level as the sheep that we lead off with. Probably need to clip out that neck just a little bit tighter up there, but certainly one that I like a good deal in terms of the basics of structure and balance. From there, I think it gets a little bit closer as you move into 3, 4, and 5 in this class, but I do like the height to shoulder and the levelness of top line in the sheep that comes next. She's not the biggest sheep in the world, a little bit more juvenile in terms of maybe her look up through her face and down into her bone work, but certainly one that I like a good deal in terms of build. Just needs to be more sheep there to get further up, either second or first in this class. Like the performance of the one that comes out in 4. That one's as long-bodied and as extended as anything within this particular set. Unfortunately, she just doesn't match it with just as much lower body width or lower skeleton width. Just needs to be more sheep there to move up. And then down in 5, we've got a nice built sheep, particularly in terms of her center body and her hip and hind leg design. I thought she's from the sides just got a little bit plainer and a little deeper in terms of the length of her shoulder up front and just her front end design. Nice 5 there. Congratulations. Really nice one to lead off with.
In our Columbia show, the best fleeced animal came from the natural colored yearling class. Entry number 21, Addison Bussinger from Bluffton, Ohio, with Black Kettle 55. On the Monadale class of February ewe lambs, first place went to entry 34, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois, with Corzat 2544. Second to 33, Lindsay Peterson, Claypool, Indiana, with Triple K 25018. Third to entry 31, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 32, Joshua Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. And fifth to 37, Lydia Lutman, Waterloo, Illinois.
not the longest fronted. In fact, in this set, in terms of front end length, she might be third. But from her fore-rib back, she is so good in terms of body shape, levelness of top line, and the agility of her hip and hind leg within this particular set. I like the sheep that's in second when the young lady gets her propped up. I think that one strikes a really good pose from the side. She's maybe not quite just as busted open in terms of chest width or body shape as the sheep that precedes her. And as you get in behind the sheep, probably just needs to be a little bigger pinned and a little more punch from behind. Love the future in the sheep that's in third down there. Young man's got a sheep that's really, really good in terms of her front end design. Tall-shouldered, long-bodied, just a little lammy, if you will, out here compared to the two ahead of her. A little bit more juvenile in terms of her look, but certainly one that has the right kind of parts and pieces as she starts to bulk up and mass with more groceries. Congratulations to those three.
Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb class. First place goes to 141, Tyson Black, Lafayette, Tennessee, with T and K show lambs, TK 25008. Second place to 155, Laney Pop, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, with Johnson Family Show Stock 25096. Third place to entry 147, Delaney Dutt, Wooster, Ohio. Fourth to entry number 145, Ryan Liggett, Carmel, Indiana. And fifth to 151, Tatum Getz, Shakopee, Minnesota. Placing on the Monadale class of March and later born ewe lambs, first place to 38, Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to 39, Kelsey Patterson, Hannah City, Illinois. Kelsey's ewe was Patterson 2520, Mallory's Corzat 2596. Third place in that class to entry 40, Easton Novak, Rolling Prairie, Indiana.
Big deal is as we set them in motion, she's just more comfortable in terms of her spine and her top line. I like the sheep that comes out in second. In fact, she's probably just a little tidier in terms of her bottom line and her body shape. One that gets just a little bit tighter in terms of the center of her spine. Need to be more relaxed there as we get out in motion. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors.
A really interesting sort here in the Columbia division for the Futurity deal. The ewe I'm going to start with here, I think, is the one that's just most complete. From the side profile, she's a really nice balanced sheep. When you get on top of this one and really get into handle her, she has the most mass over her top. She's really bold through the center portion of her rib. And when we get her in motion, she's really flexible off either end of her skeleton. I just think that's a nice place to start. The sheep here in second, I think, follows the type and kind of our class winner. She's a really rugged, stout-featured sheep who's certainly bold through the center portion of her rib. If I could change her a little bit, she maybe wants to get upright in her spine ever so slightly when we get her on the move, but that's a pretty good one there in second. The ewe here in third, I think from the side profile is one you can really appreciate from her design and balance standpoint. She's really stout at the ground. She's a ewe who's got some boldness through the center portion of her rib. She's just a female for me. I'd just like to see her a little more extended through her front 1/3 to get her any higher today. A really nice, high-performing female here in fourth. She's one you can really appreciate for her length of side and her height at the point of her shoulder. I think her issue for me is when I get in behind her and really study her, I need to give her a shot more width and dimension from behind to really work up any higher today. Another ewe here in fifth that I think we can really appreciate for her extension and length of body. I think for her to work up any higher today, I just need to give her a shot more bone at the ground. I need to widen her out from behind. But a really nice class at Columbia U's. Congratulations.
Placing on the National Montadale Junior Show class of Slickshorn Early Ewe Lambs. First place to entry 41, Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 25003. Second place to entry 42, also Caleb Klein, Claypool, Indiana, with triple K 25002. Placing on the Futurity Jackpot class for the Columbia's, first place to 73, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Travail 2501. Second place to entry to Alan Hines of New Salem, North Dakota. Third place to 75, Morgan J. Davis, Hinckley, Illinois, with Minter 4129. Fourth place to 70, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin, with 2532. Fifth place to 72, Jackson Thiessen, Alden, Iowa, with Fry 5-1. Sixth place went to Cashton Breedall, Berthold, North Dakota. Seventh place to 76, Jessica Lindo, Chile, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 68, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 9 to 71, Addison Bessinger, Bluffton, Ohio. 10 to Ella Brown, Berthold, North Dakota. 11th place to 74, Courtney Copeland, Lewistown, Ohio. 12 to Hallie Luz, Montague, California. And 13 to James Davis, Hinckley, Illinois. That did conclude our Columbia show. We are moving into Merinos at this time. We have Merino Senior Ram Lambs in the ring.
Hats off to the Montadale exhibitors. I think, again, a lighter show from a quantity perspective, but quality is certainly there. As you get through, move through the classes, I think all of these representatives are good representatives of the breed. Certainly what we're trying to make in terms of just functional sheep that can still be show sheep get out here. There's a couple of them in my mind that it comes down to. One of them that I think is more mature at this stage of the game, comes with just more body, really, really good in terms of just her movement and soundness of structure. And then there's one that's just got a ton of future, really good in terms of her build, maybe not quite there at this stage of the game. I'll set the mic down, get you a champion in reserve. If you would, put your hands together for the Montadale exhibitors.
Montadale exhibitors, your next class is Young Flock.
Rolling into our next breed here with our wool breeds. Really, really appreciate the merinos that we've got out here, and I think we've got a bold set of rams to start our show off with. We're going to start the class with the one that's got the most amount of muscle, the most amount of power in him for me today. Really like that guy from the standpoint of his structural correctness as well. You put a handle into that fleece. He's the one that's our highest yielding fleece, has the micron count that we're looking for. I'd like a little bit of character, a little bit more structure to that fleece, but that's being critical of a nice ram to start us off with. A really cool fronted, up-fronted, and extended type of ram here in our second place hole. I really appreciate the sleek design of him. He gets a little bit more shallow in terms of his design, but certainly not too shallow to get him into that second place position. I like the structure. I like the crimp that's in this fleece. He's super fine. He's good to handle. He's good to touch. He just doesn't have the density of fleece that our class winner has for us today. We come down here in 3. We've got a planer made type of ram to get us into our third place position. He's a little heavier fronted. He just isn't nearly as balanced as well as those rams are ahead of us today. He does have a nice fleece. It is very high in terms of density, high yielding fleece at that as well. I'd like to clean that fleece up a little bit. No fault of his own. I know it's a challenge to get down here to Louisville and keep those fleeces nice and clean. Just got a little bit more veg matter in there than I'd like to see for us today. The ram that we use in 4th to help us round out the class, a really youthful and young and immature type of ram. It has a really nice, clean, bright, lustrous fleece. He just simply gets outpowered. I'd like to have a bit more top end into him. I'd like to have him a little bit wider at the base, but a good set of rams. Congratulations.
For the Montadale Young Flock class, first place goes to Mallory Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. That does conclude our National Montadale Junior Show. Our judge has been Randall Von Krozik. Placing on the Merino Senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 4, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody F2462. Second place to entry 5, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith, KLS 2540. Third place to entry 6, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. And 4 to entry 3, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the Dorset Advantage Spring Ewe Lamb class, and this is the late division. First place goes to entry number 124, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with Side Hustle 5032. Second place to entry 134, Maddox Thompson, Frankfort, Indiana, with McGolden 25024. Third to entry number 131, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. 4 to 132, August Schmidt, Chickasaw, Oklahoma. And 5 to 127, Everett Mueller, Adele, Wisconsin. Monadale Ewe Lamb Futurity results are as follows. First place, Clara Lumen with Lumen 25013, 106 points. Second, J.W. Sims Reisner, Mum 2422 with 89 points. Third, Tanner Gann with Riley K 2544, 55 points. And tie for fourth between Hazel Lumen with Lumen 2472 and Kelsey Patterson with Elkern 504, both with 53 points.
Nice, another pair of Marina Rams out here. We'll use the Hornbuck to win our class. I think for me today, he's the one that just is a bit more square in terms of his make. I like the way that he travels across the ring. You put a handle onto that fleece, he's probably our highest yielding ram out of the two for us here today. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to pick him up on those front pasterns, but that's being pretty critical of a good one there out front. Nothing to take away from that ram there in that second place position. He's got a bit more size and scale, a bit more body. He's up fronted. I like the front end assembly underneath of him. He just wants to roll off on that tailhead ever so slightly for me. I'd like to pick that tailhead up. I'd like to get a bit more density into that fleece, a little bit more structure and capacity to that fleece, but a nice set of rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the Winter Ram Lamb class for the Merinos, first to entry 9, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with ALAM 497. Second place to entry number 8, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith, KLS 2553.
Another nice set of Marina rams that I think sort themselves pretty easily in my mind. The ram that we'll use here, he may not be the strongest in terms of muscularity or structural design, but he's the one that's the most balanced and the most complete for us today. Really appreciate him from his top end. I do like the length of loin on him. I like the amount of muscularity that he has throughout that hind quarter. If we could change him ever so slightly, I'd like to drop him down in that front end. He tends to get a little up fronted, up headed, a little high in that chine, if you would. If we could get him balanced out across the top, but that's being pretty critical of a nice ram to start us off with. We've got a cool design ram here in second, one that's a bit more bold and rugged in his design. I think he's got to get a bit more bone and a bit more foot underneath of him as well. I like the density of fleece in him. I like the characteristics and structure of the fleece in him. He's got a couple structural issues that allows him to slip there behind that class winner, but a nice set of rams here that stamped pretty similarly to one another to help us start off the class. Nothing to take away from that ram here in 3. He's our younger, more immature type of ram, one that's really long-spined and long-loined for no larger than what he is. He just simply gets outpowered for us today to move up any higher. The ram that we've got here in our 4th place position, one that is really nice for his type and his kind. I like how clean that fleece is. I like how the fleece handles. It's very soft and subtle to the touch. For me, he's just too coarsely designed. He just doesn't put all those parts and pieces together near as well for me as the rest of the rams in the class.
Placing on the Merino Spring Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 12, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody 2530. Second place to entry 13, also Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody 2525. Third place to entry 10, Alyssa Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio. Fourth to entry 11, Dylan Marvin, Wauseon, Ohio.
Not a lot of rams to sort out here on the Merino side, but I think the quality is certainly there. I think we've got some good qualities, good attributes to these rams. They certainly play the part. I encourage you guys to take a handle on these. They certainly do pack a punch when you find that carcass underneath of that hide. They look really, really good. In my mind, there's 2 powerful sets of rams in here that represent the breed really, really well. Our champion in reserve is going to come from that fall class. Congratulations.
For our Dorset Advantage, our champion ewe goes to the first place early spring ewe lamb class winner, entry number 176, Ephraim Fowler, Salesville, Ohio, with ball fawns 5284. Reserve champion to the first place animal in the late spring ewe lamb class, entry 124, Aubrey Brandt, Rock Springs, Wisconsin, with side hustle 5032. For the Merino show, our champion ram was the first place senior ram lamb, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody F2462. Second in that senior ram lamb class was entry number 5, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with KLS 2540, and that was our reserve grand champion ram. Now ready in the ring, in ring A for Tunis. We're ready to begin our Tunis show.
really cool set of merino ewes out here. We'll use the ewe that just hits me the hardest as soon as she hits the ring, one that just really plays the part. I think she's pretty impressive in terms of a brood female, one that just has a lot of power, a lot of capacity to her. I love the length of loin. I love the natural muscle shape of this female. She's got a ton of spring of rib to her as well. You handle her from a conformation standpoint, but you also handle her from a fleece standpoint. She doesn't disappoint you at all. That one's a really, really nice fleece. I like the structure and design. Soft and subtle to the touch. The staple link's right where I want it to be. It's very consistent throughout. A nice ewe to start us off with. Nothing wrong with that ewe there in second. I think she earns herself that position pretty easily in my mind. A really, really nice ewe from the standpoint of being sound and square. I like the way that she travels throughout the ring for us. For me today, she's just a little bit lighter, lesser yielding, if you would, in terms of that fleece compared to our class winner. We come into a really big, stout, and rugged type of ewe here in our third place position. One for me that is pretty impressive in terms of her rack shape, especially when you get up on top of her. She's got a lot of capacity to her. For me, when we handle her on that hind saddle, she just gets a little short loin, short rump for me today. She, out of the top three, is also our lightest yielding fleece out of the top three for us today. We come down here into fourth, a ewe lamb that's, a ewe that's really impressive in terms of length of her body. I like how square she is throughout that dock. For me today, she tends to get a little heavier fronted for us. I'd like to pull her up, get her a bit more trim throughout the center of her body, but a good ewe to get us there in fourth. Ewe here in fifth that helps us round out the class. Again, another one that's long-spined, long-bodied. I like the fleece. I like the way that it handles. She's just a little bit more narrow base. She tends to toe out on us a little bit more, but a really nice set of females here on our Marina Drive. Congratulations.
Placing on the Merino Yearling U class, first place to entry 17, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with Diller R. 581. Second place to entry 19, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith, KLS 2418. Third place to entry 20, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 22, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. And 5 to 25, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. Placing on the Tunis Senior Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 1, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York, with 2492. Second place to entry 2, Mackenzie Frame, Montpelier, Ohio, with S&T 2379. Placing on the Slickshorn class of Senior Ram Lambs, first to entry number 5, Autumn Piazza, Wilmington, Delaware, with MJK 2437. Second place to entry 3 to Madeline Mag, Ottawa, Ohio, with MJM Family Farm 2439.
Another good set of merino females for us to evaluate for our fall ewe lamb drive. The ewe that we'll use here is the one that I think just has the most amount of mass and power throughout the center of her skeleton. One that's just really wide top, big top. She's got a fair bit of loin and shapeliness to that carcass herself as well. You take a look at that fleece. I really like it. I like the length of the fleece. I like the structure, the design of the fleece. She wants to get a little tick of a yellow tint to her, but certainly not enough to get her down into that lower position. A nice ewe to start us off with. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in our second place position. She might be the one that's a little bit up fronted and up headed, but for me, she's the one that's a little bit more sloped in her rump. She's the lower yielding fleece out of the top two here, but nonetheless has a lot of good structure and a good character to it. Our problem used the one here in our third place position, one that's just big, bold, and rugged in terms of her design. We do appreciate her from that standpoint. For me, she just gets a little bit narrower base as we put her into motion. We'd like to bust her apart through the center of her skeleton. I'd like to improve the consistency of fleece from front to rear, especially on her. The ewe that we have here in fourth, boy, she's one that's really pretty from the profile. I think she does it just as well as any others here in the class for us today. One that's really sound and level across the top. You evaluate her from the top. She's got a ton of rib and ton of capacity underneath of her. For me, she just doesn't balance near as well as the ewes ahead of her. I'd like to drop that flank a little bit. I'd like to improve the consistency of that fleece from front to rear. It's certainly not coarse by any means, but I think out of our top four, she's going to be the ewe that has a bit more of a coarser tint to that fleece. As we get down here into our fifth and sixth positions, a couple of really, really nice ewes in terms of their fleeces. I love how clean they are. I like the density. It's really hard to get through these fleeces. They've got a lot of fibers packed into a small area. For me today, you simply just get outpowered. I'd like to have a little bit more carcass to them, a little bit more top end into them to get you to slide up the scale.
Placing on the Merino Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to 26, Morgan Inbody, Bluffton, Ohio, with Scott, 2677. Second place to entry 28, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio, with Smith, KLS, 2547. Third place to 31, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio. 4 to entry 30, Chad Hoover, Washington, Pennsylvania. 5 to 27, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. And 6 to 29, Morgan Finley, Asheville, Ohio. Placing on the January class of Tunis Ram Lambs, first place to entry 7, Mackenzie Gill, Whitehall, Maryland, with Ozzy, Woolly Hollow, 549. Second to entry 8, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with TNJ Farm, 25008. Third to entry 6, Arabella Knuth, Fall Creek, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 9, Michaela Bugman, Dalton, New York. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first place to entry number 10, Bo Mum, Whiteheath, Illinois, with Mum, 2547. Second to entry 11, Claire Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, with Spildy, 874.
A big and sound-footed ewe to help us start off this ewe lamb drive in our merino breed, one that we can appreciate for her maternal attributes. I love the Springer rib. I like the shape of body on this female. She's really, really good from that standpoint. She's our thickest and widest across the top. She's got our biggest leg in our class here for us today. If we could change her ever so slightly, I'd almost like to lengthen her out, but I know that's a more of a traditional style, and I'm quite all right with her being that way. As we come into that ewe in our second place position, one that we can appreciate for the length of body on her, I think she's just as good as that one up front in terms of her shape and spring of rib. For me, she just isn't put together near as cleanly in terms of her structural design from the base up. She wants to toe out on all four corners. If we can get her straightened up and get her head in the right direction, I think she'd be a really highly competitive ewe against our class winner. Nothing to take away from that ewe there in our third place position that helps us roll out the class. One that's really correct in terms of her structure and her design. One that's got some fleece, that's got some handle, has some touch to it. Unfortunately for us today, she just simply gets outpowered, outponied. We'd like to have her a thicker across that top and a bit more depth of rib to her to be able to get around our second place ewe.
Placing on the winter ewe lamb class for the Merino show. First place goes to entry 33, Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with Inbody 2508. Second place to 35, also Megan Inbody, Genera, Ohio, with DC 299. Third to entry number 32, Riley Smith, Jeromesville, Ohio.
a really variable group of females here on our ewe-lamb drive. For our merinos, the female that we use up front is the one that's just a bit cleaner in her design, a little bit cleaner in her lines as well. Really like her in terms of her balance. I think she moves extremely, extremely well throughout the ring. You take a look at her fleece, I think it's one that's really, really consistent from front to rear, top to bottom. I like the crimp, I like the structure, I like the fineness on her. We get into that ewe there in second. One that is long-sided, very similar to the one up front. She's just a little bit more coarser made. She wants to get a little bit more roached up in that top end. I'd like to level her out. I'd like to bring that chest floor